Wow, just watching that trailer because I usually don't pay attention, but like I'm like Chuck Dixon's here, so I'm nervous, so I pay attention to the trailer. I just realized I got a lot of luchadors working on my comic book.
Well, there's something in the water down there. They breed the greatest comic artists.
Yeah, oh, man, but these two big luchador masks. It's funny because I reached out to both of them because
I thought you were referring to your artists.
Oh yeah, Renzo is Mexican, Oscar is Mexican, and Daniel's
yeah. I mean, they do amazing stuff. But, the comic looks great.
Oh, thank you. I'm nervous and excited and happy and nervous to send you a copy of my comic. But I reached out to Oscar about a luchador character, and every idea I gave him, he goes, "No offense, John, but that's what every gringo wants to do with a luchador character." I said, "I'm trying, Oscar. I'm trying." So he sent me a big stack of Mexican comics, about luchadors and everything like that. Man, are you familiar with the Mexico comic scene?
The only thing I know about the Mexican comic scene is they were really crazy about DC comics from the 90s. I haven't. I've only seen a little bit of like the luchador comics.
Yeah, he said that there's an actual luchador. I don't know if he's still active, the Saint, because that was literally what I was going to call my character. I had no idea.
Wow.
And he sent me a stack of the Saint. I can't read them. I'm going to actually have to like hold up my phone because now Google can translate it and everything. But it's so cool. But the thing that I'm fascinated about is when Gwen Stacy died in the 70s, the Mexican company, I don't know if they were ripping off Marvel or if they had a contract with Marvel, but they were taking the Spider-Man comics, and under a local Mexican company, they were redoing the Spider-Man comics, but they were just like, Gwen Stacy isn't dead.
Yeah.
And they broke off and they started writing their own Spider-Man stories with Gwen Stacy still alive. And let me just tell you, Gwen Stacy's got some junk in her trunk.
Well, that's like in Argentina, the publisher that was doing Spider-Man had some really weird ideas about comics, and he thought that all of the Spider-Man stuff, him fighting the Rhino or whatever, he thought that was childish. So they cut most of the fighting out of it. So it was basically a soap opera comic about Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy.
Did he cut out like him wearing the costume? Because
no, they didn't cut that out. But whenever he would go off to have an adventure, and then he would just come back, and you wouldn't see what he had done. It was really they were really odd about what was for children and what wasn't. Because I said, because I was promoting something to them that had the guy had a pet badger, and they said, well, we can't publish that because that's childish. We don't publish comics for children. And I said, Mad Max had a dog. Does that make that for children? And the guy said, yeah.
Wow. So animals are for children. Animals are for children.
Yeah. Animal sidekicks are for children. It's like, whoa.
But
poor Tarzan.
just think about that then. So you have a comic book, and he's talking to his aunt. His aunt is frail and whatever, and then he goes and talks to his girlfriend, and then he puts on a costume and walks around the city for a little while, right, and then comes back. That makes him crazy.
Yeah. It does put a different slant on it.
If Dr. Doom's not taking over the UN, then putting on the costume and running around Manhattan it just puts a whole I kind of like that idea. I bet you could, make a comic book about a guy who thinks he's a superhero, just hiding behind a dumpster, and then somebody sees him. He goes, "Shh, I'm looking for crime."
But I'm not looking real hard.
Right. Have you ever seen that movie Super with I can't think of his name, but the big guy, the guy with the forehead from The Office?
No, I didn't see that one.
It's I think it's one of James Gunn's, but they made it during the writer's strike, so they made the whole movie in like a week. It's really low budget, but it's worth seeing as a comic book fan. But he's dating what's her name, the Steve Tyler's daughter, the good looking girl.
Okay, yeah,
and she's just basically using him because she's too good looking for him. He's boring, and she goes back to her ex-boyfriend who's Kevin Bacon, and he's a drug dealer, basically selling drugs to He's like the middleman between the cartels and the mob. So he's a real bad guy, but he's so Rainn Wilson, that's his name. He loses his mind.
Huh.
I guess anybody would if you lost Liv Tyler, right?
Right.
He loses his mind, and he thinks he's a superhero. He's the Bolt, and he's extremely violent, but he's out of his mind. And one of the things he's doing is he's hiding behind a dumpster looking for crime, and then they cut back. He's sleeping. Because what are the odds that you're just going to see a crime in front of this dumpster? Like, he doesn't know what to do. And I thought that was just funny. And it goes off the rails. It's not a good movie, but it's worth seeing once. Yeah.
Well, the Ferris Bueller was written under the same conditions. It was written in like 5 days to get in before a writer's strike.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he pitched it on a Monday, and then he had like till Saturday to write it. So.
Yeah, Kali Vincent. I read Kali. Oscar sent me the Saint comics and Kaliman comics. Kaliman is like an Indian shaman, Doctor Strange, but it sells in Mexico. I don't know if it's supposed to be set in India, and they literally cut and paste Marvel and DC comics.
Wow!
Because it came out weekly. Like, one of the issues, Kaliman's like this, and 3 Ben Grimm the Things are fighting him. And in another issue, Dr. Doom is there, and then Galactus. But they instead of the purple parts are green and the green parts are purple. They just color change it. But that's how you make a weekly comic in Mexico.
So there's like a comic book cartel going on down there.
Right. No pet free. Oh, I can't even keep up with the comments, guys. I'm sorry if I'm not ignoring your comments. I'm not used to them popping up so quick. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate all the comments. Creators Outlet, how you doing? Marcus, how you doing? How you doing? Everybody loves you, Chuck.
Oh.
So I also want to. I think I've told you about this. No, I haven't seen you since then. But my wife and I went to go see a Working Man.
Oh wow, okay.
And the funny thing is
my wife.
Oh, what's that?
Thank you.
Oh yeah. So my wife is she likes Hallmark movies. She likes Christmas movies. Like, we're like a weird place. We still have we keep our Christmas tree up all year long, and she decorates it for the season. She loves Christmas. She was so upset when I shaved my beard, because she likes the big Santa Claus thing. But she likes vigilante movies.
Wow. Okay.
She can name every character in John Wick. Like, I don't know.
Wow.
That's the guy that got shot. That's the guy that got shot. That's the guy. But she knows all the names and stories and everything. So, long story short, she's like, let's go to the movies. The Chosen is playing in the movie. I don't know if you're familiar with The Chosen.
Yeah.
So at lunchtime, we went to go see The Chosen. Then we went out, had a nice lunch, wait, for 2 hours. Then we go back and see Levon's Cage. So I always think it's funny that it was Jesus in the morning. and she loved it. She pre-ordered the DVD in the movie theater.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So she's asking, are there any more movies like that coming out? Like,
It's currently free on Amazon Prime for Prime members, so it's doing very well there too.
So I ordered the book. I did not read it yet. I'm a notoriously slow reader when it comes to actual novels. But I heard you say that there were differences in the book, in the book. I guess
they made changes, but that's going to happen. They're making a movie. I wrote a book. So,
right.
And the writer's never happy with changes they made. So, but I'm glad it did well. And, there's a sequel in the works.
Oh, there is a sequel. Okay. That was my next question. Good. Yeah. And he says Levon instead of.
I know. Nobody called me about, they only called me about, they needed last names for some of the characters. They never asked me how to pronounce his name. But Statham's from England. Maybe that's how they pronounce it over there. So
yeah.
But south of the Mason-Dixon line, it's Levon. So,
Marcus says he read the book.
Oh,
and I also want to say, full disclosure, you sent me something big. Last time we talked, you sent me that, and you sent me your Conan novel.
Yeah.
And I have to say, Something Big is my favorite thing you ever wrote.
Wow.
Yeah, and I read a good chunk of. I don't think there's a person on the planet besides you who read everything you ever wrote. It's just impossible.
No, but Gary Papa said no one has the time to read everything.
I don't. You have, but I probably read 90% of your stuff, and I loved Something Big.
Oh.
And I hate saying this to comic book people, but like that should be a movie because it sounds like it's not good enough to be a comic book. But I think you understand the what I mean by it.
Yeah. Well, your wish may very well come true.
Oh, good. That's what I wanted to hear. It is so good. Like I know you love mashups. You love like the Punisher versus Mickey Mouse and Archie versus Godzilla and stuff. But that was a mashup of genres. That was a heist, post-apocalyptic, and sci-fi.
Right.
And it's going to be a movie that is all. It's a treatment. I know how that is.
Yeah. But yeah, it's weird. I mean, A Working Man did well enough. I mean, it earned big based on its budget. And I'm in that position where I have 5 minutes of fame where they're starting to say, what else do you have? Because maybe I've got the magic touch.
You got that.
At my age, I'm the new kid on the block.
Right. You got that Barton Fink feeling.
There you go. Exactly.
Deep cut. I knew you would know that. Yeah.
It's a wrestling picture. Something Big is in the mix there, as they say.
Oh, good. Let's see. Everybody's talking about the Horseman. I'm sure if the Horseman ever got moved, Eric would make sure it's faithful to the source material. Well, I obviously never sold. I made one comic book, published it myself, so nobody's sniffing around the corner for anything I'm doing. But like when people come to you and say we're going to make a movie, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but like, do you have the juice to say I'm controlling everything, or do you have to sign away and let them change?
I'm dealing with people I trust. So some of these people I've known for years. They're in the business. They've just never been able to get anything to happen with me, and now they can. I'm dealing with people I trust, so I pretty much let it go. And people will say, well, they'll change your story and everything. Well, they can't change the comic or they can't change the novel. I mean, that's still there. I mean, if you want to read Lord of the Rings, you can still read Lord of the Rings. The movie didn't erase it.
Right.
So if you don't like Lord of the Rings, the way they did it, just go back and reread the book. That doesn't worry me so much.
Do you think it's like a network, like people see your movie and then buy your books?
We've seen a little of that. Mostly because A Working Man was produced through Amazon MGM, so Amazon was interested in seeing the book sell better.
Did I misremember? But did Sylvester Stallone have something to do with this book?
Yeah, he was the initial. Balboa Productions is one of the production companies, and he wrote the first draft of the screenplay. And then David Ayer, the director, did some rewrites. So they're credited together for the screenplay.
Okay, cool. Let's see. We got. Yeah, I want to ask Chuck, how would you write a vigilante character who's skilled in fictional martial arts and psychological tactic that weaponized acting, but his story is set in L.A.? I don't know. That sounds like you just described Batman. Just replace Gotham City with L.A., right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you just you'd have to pay more attention to his car because it's L.A. But yeah, I don't know. That could happen. I'm writing a vigilante thing right now set in Bangkok, Thailand. So I had to find out all about Bangkok, Thailand.
Oh, okay. I at the risk of being arrogant, I'm writing a couple. I have a vigilante character, and I'm writing a story, and I have to pay attention to like surveillance. Everybody's got a cell phone, and I'm starting to do the easy thing and probably set it in the 70s.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only way out of it, because this thing I'm doing in Bangkok, I mean, everybody's got a phone and there's plenty of tourists. So everybody's filming everything anyway. So I've got to deal with all of that. Right. But sometimes it makes for a good story. I mean, when cell phones first became popular, my wife was like, well, that's going to ruin every story. And I said, no, because cell phones go dead. Cell phones get out of their area. There's all kinds of things. You could lose it. I mean, all kinds of things can happen with a cell phone. So, you just have to roll with it.
Right. you know, the idea like Batman or Spider-Man, like you think Marvel would have a story of somebody catching Spider-Man changing into Peter Parker, you know, like up on a rooftop someplace. Like Batman, you know, Bruce Wayne's got like a jammer or something like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's rolling around with something.
Right. So like the Horseman, you know, this is for those of you who don't know, the Horseman is a vigilante character set in the Ripperverse. And it's, you know, it's a fictionalized United States, you know, Texas is now separate. Is the technology level to the point where the Horseman could wear a jammer and nobody could photograph him or something like that?
Yeah, he's kind of he's, you know, the Horseman, Hector Caballero is kind of a blue collar. He buys his armor off the rack. I mean, he's learning as he goes. And if for all of you who read the Horseman, you'll know this guy makes one mistake after another. I mean, he just can't get out of his own way, which he's kind of an evolving origin, and it continues to evolve throughout the story as he learns from his mistakes. But yeah, he's sort of blundering into all this stuff. Plus, he shows up in a town full of super cops, you know, and how long is he going to be able to get away with that? You know, imagine Gotham City if the Justice League were headquartered there and Batman was an outlaw. You know, it's that kind of story.
Okay, I whenever I talk to you, we always talk about Batman for a little bit, so I guess I'll get that out of the way. I've been saying this, and now, you know, straight from the Horseman's mouth right over here. But I always say that there's 4 Batmans in my mind, and I know that there's really more, but I always say that the Golden Age original violent, mean Batman. Then there's that Silver Age goofy Batman, and then there's this period of like the Neil Adams, you know, and I put you in the I call it the Denny O'Neil era.
Sure.
I call that the Detective Batman. And now thanks to Grant Morrison or whatever, the Bat God. And to me, those are the 4 eras. And without a doubt, the Denny O'Neil, you know, Grant and all those guys, Alan, that's my favorite Batman, the Detective Batman, the more grounded Batman. Like, I like the Batman that sees a woman getting mugged by 15 guys and uses tactics, because if he was to just jump down there, he would get overpowered, you know. Right. But now you see Batman fighting 15 thugs is a mere distraction. What's your take on, first off, is that a good approximation? And what is
I think so. I mean, there's also the mid to late 50s sci-fi Batman, which was, you know, I didn't like when I was a kid. So
you did or you didn't? I'm sorry.
I did not like it. My Batman reading when I was a kid, I just read the annuals because they reprinted the classic stuff from the early 50s. So and then Goofy Batman in the comics, I sort of lost interest there too. And then when Denny started working on the book, it was like a whole new ball game.
Yeah, I listen to your Ask Chuck Dixon every week, and I haven't sent the question in for a while. I gotta get back to that. But you one of my favorite stories you said is that when the Batman TV show came out, you were like furious.
Yes.
You said like you got mad at a kid in your class. Am I misremembering this?
No. You know, they were advertising it like all through December because it premiered mid-season, premiered in January, and all through December they would show Batman is coming, and it would just show the Batmobile tearing out of the Batcave and going past that Gotham City 14-mile sign. That was it. You know, it was like this 10-second spot. And so, man, I was dying until this thing. I was living until this thing premiered. So it comes on, I think, on a Wednesday night, and I'm there. And my parents are on the couch. You know, they're kind of curious, what's this all about? And they start laughing at it. They start laughing at Batman. And man, I was mortified. I was so angry. And then about a week later, I mean, Batmania hit like a hurricane. Everywhere you went, there was Batman stuff. I mean, the craze was unfreaking believable. There were top 40 songs on the radio about Batman, like within a week of the show coming out. That's how huge it was. And I'm in 6th grade, and one of my friends comes. We're putting our, you know, it's wintertime. We're putting our coats in the coat closet. And he says, "Look what I got." And it was a Batman t-shirt. And I just shoved him into the closet. I saw red. I was like, how could you wear that? That's not Batman. I still talk to him on Facebook and stuff. So
that's good. That's good.
We're still friends, but and that wasn't me. I wasn't that kind of kid, you know. But I was like, I just saw red.
We talk on Facebook. Even I'm picturing the old style closet with the hooks. Even though he lost his eye to a hook and he still has an eye patch, we're still friends.
But later on, I mean, like in the 70s when they would rerun it, and I watch it with my nephews, I was like, oh, I get it now.
Marcus in the chat says that it saved. The chat's going by so fast. Forgive me, Marcus, but it said that it saved the. Oh no, yes, right here it is. The Batman saved the comic, though.
Yeah.
Is that the truth?
Yeah. I mean, sales went up. I mean, with all plus, you know, all of the licensing fees pouring into DC, that was some big bucks for them.
Yeah,
because I mean, literally, you couldn't turn your head. There wasn't something Batman with the Batman symbol on it. So it was nuts.
Right, and that was 1969, I think, when that
66. I think it ran from 66 to 68.
Yeah, I can't believe for the popularity and the impact, it seemed to have come and gone.
Yeah, it was like, you know, just before it was Bond mania and everything was James Bond. I mean, and Beatlemania before that. And
yeah,
I think you know, Batmania is like the last thing like that I can remember where something just exploded across pop culture.
Right,
and it was everywhere at once.
Now I wonder, was that? Yeah, I didn't know this. It was on twice a week.
Wednesday and Thursday. They did it like a movie serial where the cliffhanger on Wednesday, and you have to tune in the next evening, and it would be same bat time, same bat channel.
Right. I'm a conspiracy guy, so like anything, like now I almost at the point where I can't enjoy anything anymore because everything is a conspiracy. But like looking back at Batman, I was born in 1968, so like it was always on before school or whatever.
Sure.
Kindergarten, I would watch it. I remember calling my mom, read that. Bam. Like I couldn't even read Bam. Wow. You know, that's how young I was. And I would stand there, you know, with the towel on. You know, I absolutely loved it. But
well, your mom could really have screwed with you. It says do your homework.
Right. Oh,
go to bed on time.
Knowing my mom, I'm surprised she didn't. She would. Well, this was kindergarten. I didn't have homework yet.
Oh, okay.
Clean your room, eat your vegetables or something.
Right.
And I would have too. If Batman told me to eat my vegetables, I definitely would have. But like it came so fast and then it disappeared so hard. And that seems to be like whenever these things explode, they don't seem to have lasting power. Like, yeah. Like you said, the Beatles mania left. But to me, the exception was like Star Wars. Star Wars mania lasted like, I'm going to say like 10 years or so, you know, and it would have continued if the sequels were any good. Yeah.
I mean, it could have kept going, but it's like everything has a cycle that ends, you know, and, you know, we're seeing, I mean, the superhero cycle's over. I mean, Hollywood just won't admit it, but it's when a Superman movie performed, a Superman movie did okay, but it really underperformed for a Superman movie. And I really think that this is all going to be over and Batman and Spider-Man will survive it because their movies always do well. It's like James Bond survived the spy craze of the 60s. You know, Spider-Man and Batman will go on, but the rest of them, they got to give up on this.
Right. Like, yeah. Like, but what, you know, Westerns was a good 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Well, Westerns was more like 60 years because they were popular in the silent era. So, and then in the 50s, they kind of grew up. They started doing more Westerns for adult viewers. And then the Italian Westerns came on and gave them like a second wind, you know, into the 70s. So I'd say the Westerns had like a 70-year run.
I'm trying to think before Star Wars, obviously there was Star Trek, you know, Doctor Who was running, but in America, Doctor Who might as well have not been there. You know, like Doctor Who was something I would see like on channel 13 at 2:00 in the morning. And I had no time for it, but Star Trek, I always remember Star Trek. And then Star Wars came and changed. And for the next 10 years, there was so many bizarre, you know, little, you know, Star Trek ripoff knockoffs, and and then Conan came out. Right. Conan was after Star Wars, and it was 10 years of Barbarians, and I do agree with you. But do you think superheroes, the movies, are dead, or is it just that bad movies? Because all movies are dead right now.
Well, bad movies certainly hurt it. I mean, if they continued making good ones, I mean, I'm a grown ass man, so after Avengers Endgame, I'm out. I don't really care to see any more of these. So, and I think a lot of people felt the same way, obviously, from the box office. And you might have some blips like Deadpool. I mean, I watched the Deadpool movies; they were fun. But all these others, they sort of they did. You can look and say, well, it made $500 million. Yeah, but it cost $300 million to make. So it didn't make any money. It's got to make twice its budget, including marketing, in order to break even. And none of these movies have done that. I mean, you look at the Superman numbers, it's like, this movie didn't make any money.
Because I like the Superman movie, but I didn't love the Superman movie. And I make a distinction. Like the Donner film was cinema. And this Superman movie was an average comic from the 90s put into a movie. You know what I mean? It wasn't. And I don't think James Gunn was trying to make cinema. And I feel that the Christopher Reeve Donner movie was what comic book movies needed, because back then nobody took it seriously.
Right.
It was disposable garbage. It still had that taint of the seduction of the innocent. So the Donner film is exactly what Superman needed. A beautiful score, respected actors. Siskel and Ebert, as much as I can't really stand them, they liked it. Everybody, it gave legitimate to basically a guy in a costume, a children's fantasy, and it did for superheroes what Star Wars did for sci-fi. It legitimized it. It made it something that everybody could take. But in the back of my mind, I was always like, Superman can travel through time, and he only uses it to save the one person he loves. Even as a kid, I was like logically picking apart, like this is God, man, and God man picks and chooses who he saves, and it kind of diminished Superman. But every time I said that to people, they didn't get it, So I like, well, if the Gun Superman could travel through time, then I'll have the same credit. But this brings me to time travel in general. And I know you have a time travel series. The name is escaping me.
The Bad Time series.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of this because Endgame, like the whole Marvel universe built up to this,
right? And
then the plot device was this magic time machine that was infallible, that travels them through and then they pick and choose. They make infinity gauntlets and unsnap their fingers. It was the ultimate literal Deus Ex Machina, and it just killed all of the Marvel movies for me. Like once you have time travel as a way out, like you the light in my eyes just went out in the movie theater, and I'm done.
And the thing is that the Thanos storyline, how to resolve that, the solution was staring them right in the face. And I'm not the only one to come up with this, is when Thanos makes half the population of the universe disappear, they don't die. They go to a parallel universe. And then you would have these two parallel universes missing half the people.
Okay.
And the heroes would have to join the two, find a way to join the two to defeat Thanos. Oh. And it's like, why'd you have to go with this crazy time travel story?
Well, to me, I was just like, Tony Stark just wallows in misery for 5 years, and then Ant-Man shows up, and then within 2 weeks he invents the most godlike machine ever. Like, to me, he should have been working for 5 years,
right?
Missing something vital. And then when Ant-Man shows up, it's that missing spark, and then he gets so caught up in everything, and then when he's about to do it, his wife goes, "But what about our daughter?" And he realized like he was going to go back to the point with a snap and maybe undo the snap, or make it so that he puts a piece of cardboard between his fingers or something like that.
Right.
Does the Three Stooges yoink or something like that and stop. And then to me, that would have been like, now Tony Stark has to make the same dilemma Thanos did. Are you willing to risk your daughter to save everything?
Right.
and then he does it. He basically sacrifices his daughter. She's not dead. She's just not. Thanos doesn't do the snap. They overpower him. They beat him, and now only he remembers because he was the one. So now Pepper's out all happy, but he can't look at her in the face.
Right.
And now he's like a rabbit trying to recreate his daughter. And now you know what I mean? And now, of course, it ain't her because it ain't the same time or whatever. And I think that would have been a more powerful, important movie than time travel. And it's a 5-year gap. And and now, like, I don't know, it's just so bad.
And the idea of, I mean, I was out when they killed Tony Stark. I'm like, and the practical real world explanation was they couldn't afford Robert Downey Jr. anymore. Right. His contract was up. And it's like, do you really need Robert Downey Jr. to have Iron Man in your movie? He's in a complete metal outfit. You don't ever have to see Robert Downey Jr. again and still have Iron Man in the story. So I didn't understand. And then they end up bringing him back anyway.
Right. And then to me, like, this was a fundamental misunderstanding of the character. They said Steve Rogers goes back in time to live with granted, that actress, I'd go back in time and live with her in the caveman time. I got no problems with that as a red-blooded hormonal man, but I'm not Steve Rogers. So Steve Rogers is just going to sit there and let all the bad things in history happen. It
just made them look weak and ineffectual. And,
right. It made them look selfish.
Well, that too.
And that is the worst thing. Like, the thing to be a hero is selfish. I should ask you. You're one of the biggest comic book writers of all time. But to me, to be a hero is selflessness.
Yeah, these are paragons of virtue and manliness and all that other stuff that's going out of fashion. And they're supposed to be better than us. I mean, when I was a kid, like it or not, Batman and Tarzan were role models for me.
Right.
It's like, what would Batman do? What would Tarzan do? And, you need to put them on that plane to make them superheroes. Otherwise, they're just super people.
Right. Like, so Steve Rogers is going to go back to, I don't know what, 1948, whatever time it is. And then he's just going to sit out the Korean War. Yeah. He's going to sit out Vietnam.
Right.
He's gonna, sit.
He's not going to stop the Kennedy assassination. He's not.
Right. I didn't even think of that. Didn't even think of that. Oh my God. Like, yeah. He's going to let that Dallas guy climb up the tower and start shooting people.
Right.
You know what I mean? He knows who the Son of Sam is. He's not going to go stop the Son of Sam.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah. It's
man, there's a story. Guy goes back,
Well, I just watched the movie the other night. It's a French film about a cop who's hunting a serial killer, and somehow he gets taken back in time 20 years to when the serial killer's killings began, and tries to solve the case going forward. Interesting, and he created more problems than he solved along the way.
See, now that's an interesting exploration. Is he goes back in time and then causes problems? You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think. Like he doesn't stop Mao Zedong from killing more than like he fought Hitler. He punched Hitler in the face, but he's not going to stop Mao Zedong or Pol Pot or all these other communist creeps that college kids seem to idolize. Oh, it would be worth it. It would be worth it if Steve Rogers went back in time and beat the crap out of Che Guevara. Then all is forgiven.
In Airboy comics, I put forth that Skywolf was the guy who killed Che Guevara. So I would always mention it in passing.
Yeah, just like the comedian was mentioned in passing that he killed Woodward and Bernstein.
Yeah.
So we talked about like superheroes. So I have this crazy idea that I think I'm sticking to my guns to this, but like for a superhero, and I've been wanted to ask you about this for so long, but you and I get caught up in crazy things and I always forget. But for me, like the superhero name, and I could collectively hear my chat groaning right now because I always talk about this, but the superhero name to me defines the superhero. I mean, and it sounds obvious. So when I say Spider-Man, if to a person who never heard of Spider-Man, and I said, I have a superhero, his name is Spider-Man, and they might say he has 8 arms or whatever, but they basically say he's got spider powers, he sticks to walls, something to do with webbing,
right?
And then so all falls from the name, like, And then I see Spider-Man. He's got that creepy costume. He's got the web design, red and blue, whatever. But the spider sense kind of changes it. But like, he's got the powers. When you say Superman, that is perfect. The Flash to me is the greatest. It's the Flash. Either it's going to be electrical powers or light powers or fast. So they went with fast. So like I always say, the name, and then from the name, the costume has to support that name, and then the powers have to support that name, and then something about the personality.
Yeah.
Now, so like Batman,
right?
He doesn't have the powers of the Bat, but he's dark, he's mysterious, he's creepy, he's scary. You know what I mean? And I think that works really well.
He only comes out at night. Yeah.
He only comes out at night. He kind of, bats and vampires and spookiness and Halloween and witchcraft, and he brings up in his first appearance, cowardly and superstitious lot, everything
right.
about, and like Green Lantern is a weird one that kind of breaks the rule, but whatever.
Yeah.
So like the example I'm going to give is my character, the patriarch. He's the patriarch, so he's a father figure. So right. Everything about him is masculine. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a provider. He's a protector. And I mean, his powers are basically telekinesis, but he uses it to mimic Superman powers of flight and super strength and invulnerability, and he protects his town. So, having said this, do you agree or disagree with that summation of superpowers? And I'm going to bring up the biggest glaring the biggest miscast.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry.
There should be a certain level of elegance to this stuff. It's all the name describes the character, gives you a hint at the powers, the costume, all of it has to sort of combine to create one trope or image in your mind. So that there's no confusion about what this character is. I agree with that.
Okay.
Because if you come up with a lame name, Green Lantern, I'll top that. There was a character in the 40s, the Green Llama. I mean, what the hell's that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the red bee.
Yeah. I was like, what? You're just making stuff up now.
Right.
It's like in the 90s when they would just, combine names. I mean, I used to joke that, I'm going to do a comic called Fruit Wolf because it's the only character name Image hasn't already used.
Oh man, I don't even want to describe the image that you just conjured with Fruit Wolf. But
I think everyone in your audience is picturing a furry right now.
Yeah. A furry who has a website that talks about comic books, but really talks about himself. But to me, and my chat is already laughing because they know what I'm going to talk about next. Cable, Rob Liefeld's character Cable, to me, I just can't like the character.
Oh.
What the hell does Cable mean? What does it describe? So Cable to me is like what a 7-year-old comes up with. Like, his name is Cable. And he's got a bionic arm, and he's telekinetic, and he's from the future, and he could use telekinesis powers, but he uses a big freaking gun. And if that's not enough, he's the most popular character's kid because I'm giving him gravitas that you wouldn't normally have. And then he shows up, and 2 issues later, he's leading the team. And I literally quit the New Mutants when Cable showed up. I was just like,
Well, we are talking Liefeld here.
Right. And I just want to make it clear. I do like Liefeld. I like him. He's enthusiastic. He's a great ambassador of the comic book field. But Deadpool and Cable and Bishop's another one. What this name does Bishop have to do? Like, so I don't know. So we'll get to Horseman. So does Horseman fit this formula that I created and now enforce because I'm a crazy person?
Yeah, well, Horseman, it's like a paladin. The horse figure on the chessboard is a knight. The thing is that no one in the book calls him the Horseman. He doesn't call himself the Horseman. The name comes from the fact that he was part of a army unit, and he had 3 guys that he usually served with, and they called them the 4 Horsemen. And he's the only one who survived. And which, a lot of his guilt, a lot of what drives him is to, do things in their name or continue the work that they were doing, fighting bad guys. So, but no one, if I just finished the script where someone refers to him as a horseman and he goes, "Hey, I kind of like that."
See, now that I see that cements the character, because I was a little, there was a little bit of static in my mind. That clears it up. One person told me Cable is an amalgamation of Cain and Abel, and he's from the future. And he's, I said, well, that to me is the best explanation of the name Cable that I've ever heard, but I don't recall ever hearing about that or whatever. He's the son of Gene and Scott Summers, the Adam and Eve of mutant kind or whatever, and now he's this conflicted nature. I was like, okay, you kind of moved one tick to the right of liking this character. Oh, somebody, I'm sorry if you asked a question and I missed it. The chat was going so fast, and the nature of my guest, it's hard for me to look at the chat and concentrate on talking. So if you re-ask your question, I'm not ignoring anybody. It's just my addled old man brain. So good. Ask the question again. So if anybody asks a question and I skipped it again, it's not out of malice or whatever. It's just simple. Hard to watch when the chat is going so fast and maintain a conversation.
Yeah, we don't want to leave anybody behind.
Right. I'm not here to exclude anybody. Yeah, and also if you have a question for Chuck, every Wednesday ask Chuck Dixon. Email him at brunobookstore@yahoo.com.
Gmail.com.
See, I'm talking too much because I'm a little nervous. A little too nervous, too much sleep, and a lot of coffee. So,
yeah, that's a bad combination.
Yeah, I know. So I wanted to get into this, but like right now, Ripper's making a killing in comics. I just had NDA Andrew on, and he's writing a Blue Shift, and he pre-sell. And as far as I know, he's like a first-time writer, and his comic is already pre-sold 2,000 copies. I mean, to me, that's amazing. And I know calling Ripperverse crowdfunding is not the right term, but for me, it's a differentiation without distinction. I mean, I know the books are pretty much done beforehand.
Oh, they're done. When you see the first solicitations, they're already in the warehouse.
So, I mean, there seems to be a cottage industry online with just going nuts over Ripper. Do you have anything to say about that? I'll keep my thoughts to myself until after you talk.
Well, Eric is a smart guy, and he's got a lot of smart people working for him, and they're very enthusiastic. And he's looking toward the future. Crowdfunding is great, but it's not going to last forever for comics. If you're crowdfunding a new lawn sprinkler or something like that, that's a different deal. But for comics, the wheels are going to come off eventually. And Eric knows this, and all the smarter crowdfunder people know that. And so, he's looking toward the future toward retail, toward all the rest of it. So basically, he's gathering a huge inventory of content to make that happen. And along the way, it's profitable. What he's doing is highly profitable, and he's kept every promise to both his creators and his readers. If he says you're going to get this book on this week, you're going to get it. And it's going to come in great condition, and whatever T-shirt or whatever you order is going to be the highest quality. So, he's running a terrific ship. And the thing that attracts me is he's letting me play in his sandbox with very little input. They're giving me a lot of creative freedom within their universe. And, basically me and Joe Bennett have just been going crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah. What you had the Horseman, like the introductory special, and then you had the Horseman #1, and you had Alpha Core. You had 1 and 2. I'll get back to Alpha Core in a minute. There's just a funny little story about Alpha Core.
We also had Zaylan.
And Zaylan, yes. Yeah. I knew Zaylan is your cosmic character. I'm ordering a bunch of just to save on shipping.
Well, that's another thing that Eric thought about. The crowdfunding thing, shipping is sometimes, whoa, that's a lot of money.
Right.
So he creates Hero Send, where you can basically say, look, just I'm going to order this, but stack them up. When I got 5, send them.
Oh, I didn't know he did that.
And he's doing it with enough frequency that you could get a package a month of comics.
I didn't know he was doing that, but I do know he's doing Ripperverse, and
that's it. Yeah, it's Ripperverse. I thought it was Hero Send.
Okay. I thought it was a whole other thing, but I jokingly say I'm taking credit for that because Eric was on my channel, and I was like, you got the money, you got the sales. I said one of the things that crowdfunding needs is like a publisher that's friendly to us, that we can all, like, I could send my files to this guy and they print them and everything like that. And ship them out like a distribution center, like a big centralized warehouse.
Oh, that is Ripperverse. That's
right. And then he said it's a good idea.
Yeah, Hero Send is the mailing thing.
Right.
That's a separate entity. But yeah, Ripperverse. I got something coming out from Ripperverse very soon. And they've been great to deal with. I mean, it's a terrific for creators. It's a terrific contract. I mean, they are very, very generous.
Right. I said that to Ripper. I said, we should have like a distribution center that we, you do this. And he goes, that's a good idea. And then within 9 months, he announced Ripperverse. So I'd like to take credit on that, Ripper. You owe me royalties. There you go.
I think you can take credit for that.
I can take credit for that. I'll ask PB's question before. Chuck, how do you feel about fan fiction and fans telling creators they're wrong just because they don't like a character or a writer, artist created?
I mean, I guess fan fiction is good as long as it stays where it should be as fan fiction. I mean, you're not, I know some fan fiction writers have graduated to being professionals, but, I mean, it's just a fun exercise.
Right.
But that's where it should stay.
Yeah, I don't see what the problem with fan. My wife used to write Harry Potter fan fiction. But she's not going to say J.K. Rowling is wrong, know what I mean? But she'll explore, like she wrote the story where Dudley and Harry grew up and became friends, and made it up, and it was like a sweet story, but she wishes it was real because she don't or whatever. But I don't think there's anything wrong with fan fiction. But I do disagree with a lot of mostly modern writers what they're doing with.
Yeah, we all do.
Right. We all do. Name any long-term comic book fan that likes the Mary Jane annihilation of their marriage. You know what I mean? And look at Mexico. They broke away from Marvel and gave Gwen Stacy a big old butt and kept her around. So I wanted to talk about, like, I guess I just can't beat around the bush, but like Comicsgate, it does nothing but trash talk Ripper comics.
Yeah.
And to the point where, like, I made 2 minor criticisms, and I made them in good faith. Maybe I got my britches too big, and I thought I was like a bigger deal than I was, which I admit I'm not. But EVS said, hey, let's do a trash cast Friday night. Who wants to do trash cast? And I said, oh man, there's a million things I would rather do than talk about comic books I don't like on a Friday night. And man, was I savaged for that, and I deserve to be savaged in thinking that I was a little bit more familiar with him than I was. I mean, I just met the guy a couple of days ago at a party, so I guess whatever. But I didn't mean it in a mean-spirited way. I was just like, come on, man, we're comic book fans. Let's talk about Spider-Man beating up the Flash or something like that. You know what I mean? Right. And then months later, people going off on Ripper is ruining comics. Ripper is ruining comics. Ripper is ruining comics. And I had I'm working with a guy who's 64 years old, a football guy, baseball guy, Mike, if you're watching. And he just turns to me and goes, John, you're into comics. Do you know anything about this ISOM? And I'm like, yeah, I do. I had Eric July on my channel. Really? And he was all impressed. He goes, I stumbled onto him. He went the Blaze Media route and everything around, and then found. And now this guy is buying comic books online.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And 64 years old, grandpa, buying comic books. And I was just like, how is Ripper doing anything bad when I'm seeing a first-time comic book guy? He watched all the Marvel movies. I'm sure he watched Batman 66. And now he's buying. And so I asked him about Cyberfrog and, Joe Frankenstein, no offense. And he didn't know.
Right.
And you know what I mean? So, and all I can think of is Comicsgate is just making a cottage image. They're rooting crowdfunding. And I'm like, this guy's comics are coming out like clockwork. He says it's coming out. I wish I could be that. My two comics are going to be like a month late, you know?
No.
And then I look at crowdfund and I'm seeing this Death Raider defaulted. You know, I forget the name of the other, never came out. I'm still waiting on this comic called The Magicians for 7 years. You know, Cyberfrog is 5 years late. My buddy ordered the Cyberfrog head sketch when his kid was born. His kid's in kindergarten now. He still didn't get it. You know, so I said, and I meant this because I considered myself Comicsgate at the time. And I said, we as small businessmen, as Comicsgate, we need to stop looking at somebody else and focus on the real problem. We are the real problem. Our comics are late. Some of our comics are unreadable, and I don't want to start getting into that whole ball of wax. I said, we need to start gatekeeping, and like, because it, you know, if every candy store had a bad reputation, the good candy stores would be like, listen, guys, we got, you know, man, I had videos made about me, and people would just slamming me, and I washed my hands of the whole thing. Like, so what is your take on that? Like,
well,
what's going on?
I told you before, I take like a 30,000 foot view of this thing. I would say I'm the Jesus of Comicsgate because I was the first guy to step forward. I was the first guy to pay in my career for my own private political views, you know, and you know, driven into the wilderness in the 2000s. So, but it's really weird for me. I don't get into what everybody's arguing about. The same way I didn't get into inter-office politics when I worked at Marvel and DC. I was just, no, I didn't want to hear it.
Smarter than me.
I don't want to hear who's dating who, or I don't want to hear any of that stuff. I just want to do the work. And so I see these people and I know all of them, you know, and a lot of them are saying terrible things about each other. It's like, but I've done work for you, and you both hate each other. I mean, what is this? And then I see people say that, you know, if I post, especially on X, you know, there's always somebody comes along and says, you know, you're working for a fraud, meaning Eric.
Right.
A fraud? Where's the fraud? It's like, is this like some huge Ponzi scheme this guy's running in comics?
Like South Park. Step 1, make comics. Step 2, I don't know what it is. Step 3, profit.
But the thing is that I think some of these crowdfunders looked at this as a zero-sum game. Like if that guy's successful, he's going to take money from me. And too many of these crowdfunding guys, and I'm not looking at like Brian Pulido or Graham Nolan, who run their own thing and do a great job and deliver when they say they're going to deliver and do service to their fans in a spectacular way. I'm looking at the other guys who they're really making money off the videos. They're not so much making money off the comics. And they see Eric come along and his videos are blowing up, his comics are selling, and they're thinking, well, this guy's crowding in on my market. And it's the dumbest reaction because Eric didn't come in and take part of the market share. Eric brought in hundreds of thousands of new readers who weren't even interested in comics until Eric started doing comics. He grew the pie. He didn't take a big slice of it. He grew it. And I remember when he first approached me and he said, would you write Alpha Core? And I'm like, yes, I saw it. Looks pretty cool. I might want to take a shot at that. And he goes, oh, it's going to be great. It's going to sell so huge. And I said, whoa, Eric. I said, your audience doesn't know who the hell I am. They never heard of me. I said, your job is to teach them who I am. I said, because, you know, this book's not going to sell on my name alone because your audience never heard of me. And he understood that. And he did a lot to promote it. And the thing is, Alpha Core 1 did okay, but my work that followed did better because now they knew who I was. I wasn't just some funny clown Eric pulled in.
I just assumed anybody buying a comic book would know who you are, but you're
no, you can't assume.
Here I am talking about my buddy Mike at work who bought some, you know, he again, I no insult, but he probably doesn't know who you are or Joe Bennett is either. You know, right? And now he does. Yeah.
I was on a road trip a couple of years ago, and I stopped at an awesome comic shop, great comic shop, Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland. This place is amazing. I can walk in and out of a comic shop, not buy a thing. I left there, I spent almost $1,000.
Oh,
so
wow.
It is an awesome comic shop. And the girl at the counter goes, well, would you want to register and you'll get a 10% discount? I said, well, I'm never going to be through here again, but okay, yeah, why not 10%? So we're filling out the form. What's your name? Chuck Dixon. Just writes it down. And then I said, when did you get into comics? She said 15 years ago. I said, that figures. and nothing. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. You know. So Eric, he's bringing all these people who've been following his music career and everything else, and they don't know me from Adam.
Right. See, I'm the other way. I didn't know who Eric July, but my wife, of all people, is just like, do you know who this Eric July is? And I'm like, no. You know, oh, he's making a comic book, and she just assumed I knew all about him. I'm like, well, who is it? And she just told me he's some political pundit. And I said, that's why I don't know him. I'm not interested. Like, I didn't know who Charlie Kirk was until he died, you know, and I'm not going to lie and say I was the biggest fan. Right. And so I told Eric July, I said, I didn't know who you were until you started making comics.
Right.
You know, so I'm not going to, but so.
Well, neither did I. I wasn't aware of who he was.
Oh, okay. So I was like, so to me, I didn't even think of that his fans wouldn't know who you were. But yes, he is. Like, he's, I keep using this as an example because NDA Andrew was just on my channel, and the writer of Blue Ship. His comic or his magazine or whatever, it pre-sold 2,000 copies.
Yeah. And
as far as I know, and Andy, if you're listening, no disrespect, he's a first-time guy. He's a rookie.
Right.
And he's selling 2,000.
Yeah.
That's more comics than all of Comicsgate sold last year. And I'm supposed to believe that Ripper Comics is failing?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, Eric's a smart guy. I mean, when I first heard about him, he was going to do comics and he went public, right? I reached out to him and I said, look, I've been at so many comic book companies that failed. You know, I said, I want to help you. I like what you're saying. I like your approach to this. And I said, I want to help you. I want to, you know, point out any mistakes that you might make that every comic book company makes and then goes out of business. And he's like, oh, well, thank you and everything else. And that was like our first contact. But he never made any of those mistakes. He didn't need my advice. You know, he grew slow. He grew incrementally. And the people at his you know, facility in Texas, they've explained like the whole evolution of how, you know, he grew from like this tiny little warehouse to a big warehouse now, you know, but he took baby steps because he understood that's how you do it. And it was profitable all along the way. The guy was never in the red at any point in publication. And that ain't easy to do in comics. Oh, the saying is, if you want to make $1 million in comics, start with 2 million.
Right. I'm just laughing because I'm just thinking of this job interview. Hello, Mr. Dixon. Tell me about yourself. Well, first off, every business I ever worked for went out of business.
But you know what I mean? I mean, you know,
I know.
Comics, new comics, crossing comics, first comics. I've seen them all go under, and they all made the same mistakes.
Bring yourself a pen. There's a donut at the door. Goodbye.
They all made the same mistakes because I was telling him, I said, man, don't do a lot of conventions. Conventions don't do you any good. He goes, no. He said, I understand that. And they don't do a lot of conventions because it's a waste of money.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It'll sink you. It sank CrossGen. It was $1 million every time we went to do a convention.
Oh,
it was sinking us.
Because people are buzzing in my ear. You got to do conventions. And I haven't done any yet. I only.
But you getting a table at a convention is not a huge expenditure for you. Right. And trust me, you can move a lot of books at a convention.
Okay.
You know, I mean, before crowdfunding, I know guys that were doing really, really well just selling their comics through convention. They were just showing up and they were moving comics only at conventions and doing quite well. So, you know, for an entrepreneur, a single entrepreneur, it makes all the sense in the world. But for a company to roll in with their staff and artists and set up a huge booth, no, you're not going to move the needle at all.
Okay. All right. So I was like getting nervous because I don't know if you know Paul Thayer. He has a comic called Project Analysis. That guy could sell snow to an Eskimo.
No.
He's a one-man operation, and he sets up a table, and that guy.
Yeah. No, I'm sure he does really well.
Oh, so you are familiar? Yeah, he'll sell like $6,000 worth of comics.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But for a company to come and represent, and Marvel and DC don't show up at these things anymore because they know it's a waste of time. To come up and represent, and basically you're just meeting people that are already reading your stuff, and you're not selling anything. There's no retail done at the table, so you're just throwing money away.
Right. I live in New York, and people ask me, "Are you going to go to New York Comic Con?" It depends on, my job just ended, and I'm going to another construction. That's the way it is. Jobs end, you go to another job. So I could have completely different schedules. It could be whatever. So tentatively, I'm going. Everybody.
Yeah.
Last year I went. I saw a lot of Ripper T-shirts. You know what I didn't see? Anything CG.
No.
And since I do this channel and I talk to people, and then I was the target of ridicule for a while, so I was asking people, "Hey, what comics do you like? Do you like this? Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, I heard of that. What about Cyberpunk? Oh, didn't that come out in the 90s?
Yeah, so I've never read a Cyberfrog. I don't know what is going on.
I liked it. The 90s, it was fun. It was whatever. But and I still like it now. I'm not gonna lie, just because I've been made fun of. But like I just find it's like if let's just a Star Trek teleporter comes down and beams Eric July and everybody Ripper, they get beamed to Vulcan and they're gone. What does Comicsgate have to talk about now?
Yeah. Also, how does that help them? It doesn't.
Right.
Also, I mean, they'll find somebody to carp at. What I don't see, there's a lot of channels. I mean, we all know this. You go on YouTube, there's a bazillion channels. Disney sucks, and this sucks, and that sucks, everything else. But the thing about them, I mean, Nerdrotic and guys like that, I mean, I like those guys. What they're doing is they're punching up. Critical Drinker, they're punching up, right? Comicsgate seems to be punching down all the time.
Well,
I don't see them,
They are punching up.
Well, I see them punching up because that's just the thing to do. But it's like all this negative stuff. It's like there's this guy I follow on YouTube, Cash Jordan, and he started out doing New York real estate, which, like, what do I care? But he was entertaining, and his asides about what was going on in New York City and everything else, I found fun. And my wife and I just became addicted. We just follow this guy every day, but he would title his videos like the apartment that no one will go to, right? And then you watch the video, and there's nothing like that in there. It's like a DC comic book cover from the 60s. But that's how he markets it. It's negative. It's like, the secret condominium, that horrified everybody. It's like, and there's nothing like that in the video. But these guys, it's like, it's negativity, clickbait, negativity. And I don't dig it. I don't like it. And then, I watched that video about them going after you, and it's like, this is uncalled for. This is totally uncalled for.
Right. I like, to the point, like, somebody told me, I don't know if it's true, because I noped out of all of the CG videos and everything. It's just too much negative. But somebody told me that the chats call themselves trashies now. What?
Yeah.
Enough said. Stanley would.
Yeah, I mean, on Ask Chuck Dixon, I get people all the time. What do you think about the writing of Joe Slobotnik? And I was like, I don't like his writing, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to attack this guy in my video for clicks. And obviously, so few people watch my channel. I'm not doing that. So but that's what people want. Let's you and him fight. And it's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Speaking of fight, are you still working with Richard C. Beyer?
No, not so much. Mostly because, I work to create content, and I'll do something for Richard and it doesn't come out for 2 years. I mean, it's completed and it doesn't come out for 2 years. I mean, I've seen all the art and it's colored and lettered and ready to go, and it doesn't come out. And I'm like, this is frustrating, really, really frustrating for me. So that's the only reason I haven't worked for him, recently. I mean, I think I did a Rock and Roll Ninja sequel last year for him. I think that's the last thing I wrote for him.
Yeah.
I enjoyed working with him. I like the guy, and he comes up with the craziest ideas. And he came up with an idea, and then he didn't like what I did with it. And he said, I can't, you didn't go in the direction I thought. I never do, but I really didn't go in the direction you wanted this time. He said, I can't publish this. And I said, well, will he said, and he wanted to pay me. I said, well, don't pay me to write something you can't publish. I said, pay me a kill fee and let me have the rights myself. So I'm going to be publishing it through Compass Comics.
Okay. Yeah. I will say Matt is here too. He's the artist on Rock and Roll Ninja. I freaking love Rock and Roll Ninja.
Yeah, it's an awesome project. And Matt's amazing.
Yeah, Matt is so talented. I offered him a comic strip, and he's just like, that is just too dark for me, which is fine. I don't want you to work on something that, Matt is tops of my book. Yeah. I can't wait for Rock and Roll Ninja 2. He said he drew me in the background of one of the clubs. We talk punk rock all the time.
It was a challenge coming up with the kind of crazy shit that needed to be done to be worthy of Matt Barr drawing it, Oh, just to come up with the stuff that's really nuts.
I was reading the comic and I'm like, this is a bizarre concept. It took me a minute or two, but I tell you, man, the cityscapes, the 70s Manhattan.
Yeah. I mean, it's you can feel the crack files crunching under your feet.
Not since Frank Miller did I get that feeling.
Yeah. And the thing is that's a perfect example. I mean, Richard came up with this absolutely insane idea about a bunch of Vietnam vets who are like rock and roll vigilante ninjas. And it's like, okay. And my first shot at it, he didn't like. I had to do a rewrite, but I was so in love with the project and I wanted to work with Matt so bad. I was like, yeah, I'll do a total rewrite on this. To come in because you're publishing it. It's your initial vision. I'm just populating it with characters and making it work dramatically.
Again, I don't know how comfortable you are, and if I go across the line, just tell me. But your boy Zach kind of went after me because I agreed with Yellow Flash, and he cut out my comment. And I was just like, what? And I was a guy that was communicating with him since the beginning. I was one of his early insiders. So hate to sound like a woman, but it hurt my feelings, and I was like, so I emailed, what's going on? What's going on?
Well, that's what I find disappointing. I mean, I have longtime friends who go at each other hammer and tong. And it's I wish you wouldn't do that.
Right. Like if Phil and Maury over here are fighting, that has nothing to do with me.
Right. But I'm not like John, I like you, but I'm not going to go, well, now I don't like Richard because that's not what I'm trying to do. Kindergarten. This isn't first grade.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not.
No, I understand that. I understand. I'm just making it clear. It's like this isn't going to affect how I feel about everybody in this conversation, but it just disappoints me that these issues have to be addressed.
Right. I just like, so, because I said, waiting 3 or 4 years for a comic book is supposed to be instant gratification. Like my philosophy is it should be quick. It should be as inexpensive. I don't want to say cheap. Cheap's a bad word, but $35 comic books it's unsustainable. And 5 years between issues, I don't remember what happened. I don't remember the names of these characters. I'm an old man, and I got so many back issues. I'm not gonna, every time a comic comes out, I got to reread everything. But the Ripper comics, they're not monthly. I don't think they can't. Maybe someday, but
there's something every month.
Right. I still remember Alpha Core. I still remember so like the next issue of Alpha Core that comes out, I'm gonna. Okay, I know the characters. I kind of know the side characters, but I don't know any of these other characters. I'm parsing my words because I'm trying not to get too, I don't need to be clipped and made fun of all the next 2 weeks. No, Chuck has not read The Patriarch. Chuck hasn't read my comic. I'll send it to him.
No, he's gonna send me one. It looks good.
He'll rip me apart next time.
We'll see how it reads. Yeah, I'll just we'll go to school. But yeah, I mean. Well, that's the thing that frustrates me about Richard. And if you're listening, I'm not talking behind your back. I've told you this in many emails. A lot of these guys, it's like you have to wait 3, 5, a lifetime years, to see their comic. It's because, they're doing dope or riding around on a scooter or laying by the pool. Richard has completed projects. I mean, he's completing the stuff one time. He's just not releasing it on time. He's like holding it in inventory, which, he's not holding it back from the people who funded it, but he's kind of holding it back from me and the people who worked on it. It's like, I want to see it come out. I just want to hold the comic in my hand. I mean, maybe that's immature, but I don't do this for the money, really. At the bottom, I do it to create content. You know,
I could speak probably for all us old school comic book. We want something physical in our hands to look at, to the page, to smell. I even like bagging and boarding and cataloging. I have this insane concept where the comic, it has comic book neighbors. So when I put it in a long box, you know.
Oh no, we all do that.
You know what I mean? So, right. You know, like my Heroic Tales, its comic book neighbor is Heroinberg's comic book. So
right.
Patriarch is hanging out with all these sexy women in spandex, and his wife is getting a little jealous. You know, we like that, yes. And I also don't feel like I'm talking out of school because Matt's here, but like I think Matt had to defend himself, like, oh, your comic book took 2, 3, and he was just like, listen, man, my art was done for 2, 3 years because I can't explain. And Matt's a professional. He did a great job. To me, that was one of the best crowdfunded comics you and Matt did.
That. I mean, I can swear to that because, you know, I did the scripts and then I'm seeing the pages. The pages are coming in, you know, 3-4 pages a week. Boom, 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 boom. You know, and then it doesn't come out. I'm like, oh, come on.
Matt did a couple of pages for me that are just so you'll see. We did a Sea Monkeys Ed, and now he did that Charles Atlas Ed, you know, Hero of the Beach spoof on that.
Cool.
And he was, you know, he was like, yeah, I'm busy right now, but I'll have it done in a week. You know, Oh, you know, so I don't understand what's going on, but late comics, defaulted campaigns, $35 comics. Like I don't see how crowdfunding is sustainable. And I do see the numbers going down, and I only see Ripper going up. Now, here's another thing, and again, I'm going to be as respectful as possible. I wasn't a big fan of the first 2 ISOM comics.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it to Eric July's face, and not in a disrespectful way either, you know, in a constructive criticism way. And people didn't particularly like my comics either, you know what I mean? So that's just the way it goes. But he was gracious about it, and his fans were like, oh, John, you got to get issue 3. It's so much better. Have you tried Horseman? Oh, Chuck Dixon is killer. I know you like Chuck. These guys are trying to win me over with passion and love of their comic. When I criticized CG Comics, they threatened to call me a pedophile and make puppets about me and insult me and you know, and whatever. And I was just like, well, how did that win me over? All you did was, and it even said in that video that I sent you, this is a warning to those who criticize us.
Wow. That's just petty. That's just, you know, high school lunchroom stuff. I mean, you know, and Eric readily admits, you know, he's learning on the job. He's learning as he goes along. You know, he knows I didn't write a comic book classic right out of the gate, but you know, he's learning. He said when I handed in my first script, he says, I learned a lot reading that script. You know, and we all learn from each other. I mean, I read comics all the time from all around the world, looking like, hey, look what this guy did. That's pretty cool. I never thought of that. You know, so you know, he's a keen student. And like I said, you know, he's determined not to make the mistakes everybody else has made. So he's a fast learner. Maybe he did get the Ripperverse idea from you. I mean, he's open to ideas. You know, you can talk to him. I mean, that's what Joe Bennett and I did. You know, we're like, hey, you need a vigilante character. He's like, yeah, do it. Hey, you need a cosmic character. Yeah, okay, that's great. Go ahead and do it. So, you know, you get that kind of freedom. But this, you know, tearing somebody down just to get clicks.
Right. Like, I don't know if you feel comfortable answering this, but like, how do you, I watched EVS call you a has-been on the day I went to go see Levon's Trade. This guy's got a freaking movie out. Just, you know, that meme, this aged well, you know.
Yeah. I get that all the time. You know, oh, you're washed up, you're a has-been. Okay, you keep thinking that. You know, I'm doing great here. I'm working top page rate. I mean, somebody asked me recently, would you want to do this project for DC Comics? I said, at this point, they couldn't afford me. So if that's what has-been is, I'll be a has-been all day long.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I know I'm getting older, and I know there's going to come a time, and God willing, I'll know when that time comes to say, you know what, I don't have it anymore. But I've got all these ideas, and I've got all this enthusiasm. I got the same enthusiasm I had when I first broke into the business. And I just want to create. I want to get to all these ideas that I have. And it's, you know, Gee, I just the other day watched that Key and Peele bit. You ever see that with Stan Lee where he shows up at the Marvel offices?
Oh, I never watched the full episode of that show.
Oh man, all his ideas. Look up Key and Peele, Stan Lee, and all of his ideas are like things from his life. Like one of the characters is the Mexican maid. She steals from me, and it's all things that he's encountered in his life. And like the Marvel offices, they're like, oh, we can't use any of those ideas. So then he comes up with this idea for, oh, no, wait a minute, I got another idea. This is group, and it's called like the Losers or something like that. And it's a bunch of people who think they think they're great, and they're these young people and everything else, but then they all lose their jobs at the same time. And they're like, Stan, that's a great idea.
That's funny.
But I don't get a lot of this. A lot of this sniping back and forth. Well, I just don't understand it. Can't we all get along? It's all comics, man. I mean, we all should be supporting one another.
Fun. It's supposed to be silly. We're talking about people who could fly to other planets and shoot laser beams out of their eyes. It's supposed to be childlike and fun. And that's a whole nother tangent. As much as I love Alan Moore and the Watchmen and Warren Ellis, all those guys, I do feel, okay, enough with the grim and gritty. It was a fun experiment. It was a reaction to whatever, but like, can we get back to superheroes being good guys and champions of virtue again?
Well, that's what I liked about Ripper. That's what attracted me. I told Eric, I said, you're doing blue sky superhero stories, where there's some hope, and the good guys are good and the bad guys are real bad. And you allow for humor, not comedy, but humor and things like that. And has some real heart and emotion to the stories.
R.J. Williams, who has his own comic called Side Orion, but this quote just made me like, online comics like Waffle House instead of a brick and mortar comic. The difference is none of these guys would ever say anything to each other's face. They're all tough on a keyboard,
Yeah.
When I went to the cigar party, they all left 5 minutes before I showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much for online tough guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've never, everybody has this, but you have people that come at you, with daggers online. But I've never had anybody come up to me at a convention and say anything like that.
PB's right. It doesn't have to be childlike. I'm exaggerating for
yeah.
But your tagline, Blue Sky Comics, that's been in my pitch for my comic. It's a Blue Sky homage to Bronze Age Marvel.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'm borrowing the term from USA Network when they were doing shows like Psych and Monk and things like that, and they referred to them as Blue Sky programming.
Okay, because I just thought that pretty much encapsulated it. It's there's danger, there's stakes, there's going to be a bit like the first issue. I had a page that horrified a few people to the point when I saw that one page, I was like, I can't use this story. Right. And the artist Ron, he did it so good that it was more disturbing than
than you intended, maybe.
Right. And then a couple of people got on my case, and they got on my case because they're like, "Oh, I thought this was a child's book." I said, "No, it's all ages. All ages is different than child's book. Like the Ewoks comic was a child's book,
right?
Like all ages. The Hellfire Club was all ages story, and if you read between the lines, that was a real nasty story that as a kid, I didn't get how bad Club was. And now I'm like, oh, God. There's some Punisher stories that you wrote that when I go back and check them out, I'm like, you push that needle just a little bit more. This would have been.
I wasn't one of those guys trying to make trouble, but it's like, this is the Punisher, for God's sakes. Let's I pushed it as much as I could, leaving a lot of things unsaid. So
people want to know, do you like the Tom Clancy novels?
Yeah, I wasn't a big Tom Clancy fan. Somebody at Wildstorm referred to me as their Tom Clancy when I was writing things like Team 7. I'm like, well, I'll take that as a compliment. His stuff's kind of too techno for me. The people don't seem real.
See, I've been saying this for a long time. Seeing all of this fan fiction and like what are the kids called, shipping, like Karen Frost is that her name, the White Queen? I'm forgetting now, but the White Queen is now marrying everybody from Spider-Man to Reed Richards. I'm like, she was a sex trafficker. She is a horrible person, and she's, as far as she didn't pay her penance. This character is, the X-Men go into this Hellfire Gala every year in Marvel for the past 5 years. To me, that's no different than Peter Parker and Captain America going to Epstein Island. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the story and the treatment of these characters. Like Denny O'Neil said, I that you bend the characters, you don't break them.
Right.
And to me, modern Marvel is broken. Even if they right the ship, I don't know if I could collect these characters again, unless they come up with some grand. Karen Frost was mind controlling everybody, and they lost their agency, and that's why they're doing all of this horrible stuff.
Well, I think they're promoting horrible stuff over there. They're just
absolutely.
It's definitely an agenda.
Yeah. Do you think like all of this? Like, do you think it was like this U.S. aid being shut down? Like, this was a gigantic, massive $1 trillion project that who follows politics, didn't know anything about until Elon Musk came, like the sword of Damocles, and just destroyed it all. Right. And now we're seeing like these collectivist movements like Black Lives Matter and all that. They're kind of going away. Do you think they were propping up?
Oh, absolutely.
Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert.
Yeah. I mean, they were handing out money through nonprofits, basically money laundering taxpayer dollars through nonprofits, and a lot of those nonprofits are now defunded, so they don't have any money to give, or they've been outed and they don't have contributors anymore. And I mean, they're going further than that. They're going to be looking into all of these non-government organizations, which are supposed to be non-political, but of course we know they're all political.
And they were all left-wing. What are the coincidences? Yeah. What are not?
Yeah, well, I mean, the IRS took care of the right-wing ones, so we need to get rid of because for me, these NGOs, I mean, they're just scams. They're just frauds. They're either outright frauds to make the participants wealthy, or they're frauds that they have a political purpose, and generally left-wing, to support Democrat candidates or support left-wing content. And it's like this underground economy that we have to get rid of.
Right. And it was so secretive,
and also, I mean, how much of look, they hollowed out the middle class. There's no decent jobs for anybody anymore. And there's all this money being spent on these NGOs, people getting fat, doing nothing. And it's like, this has got to end. I mean, all of these things are hurting our economy. We're not producing anything anymore for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, absolutely. When you said the IRS, I thought you were going to say we got to get rid of that too.
Well, I'd love to get rid of the IRS. Just go down to a flat tax. Fill out your tax form every year on the back of a postcard.
I don't even want that. I was crawling through ductwork at my job, like John McClane, and I'm cutting my legs and my clothes, and I had to go buy new jeans, because without getting too technical, John McClane crawling through those ducts, that guy would have bled to death because there's self-tapping screws that are razor sharp.
Absolutely. Just the edges of the sheet metal. Yeah, I know that.
I could see Hans Gruber like, why is there blood coming out of the seat? So I'm doing that. I'm bleeding. I got to go buy new pants, and then I worked 16 hours overtime, and it was an extra $400 in my pocket. Yeah. And all I'm thinking is, that barely covered 2 pairs of pants that I wouldn't have ripped if I didn't. And I was like, this is slavery, get rid. But that's a whole nother. I
know. Yeah. I mean, well, hey, I live in a state where they're looking at getting rid of property tax. We have no income tax. They're looking at getting rid of property tax. And it's like, get rid of all these taxes because they're just feeding a bloated government who just does evil stuff. The bureaucracy just does evil stuff, stuff nobody voted for.
Right. The property tax. The left is the first people to say that housing is a right, and then they're perfectly happy with taxing that right.
Exactly. Yeah. You never own your home.
Right. Yeah. I just paid my mortgage yesterday, and I go down to the bank. I write that check, and I'm just like, the bank made my mortgage $1,500 a month. I got a really good deal, but the taxes are. Sometimes it's $200, sometimes it's $700. Like it goes in 3-month increments here in New York. So sometimes I'm like, oh crap, taxes! It's an extra $500 a month for the next 3 years. How do they determine that? I'm not selling anything. This is me going to the bathroom, taking a shower, and sleeping. How is this profitable that needs to be taxed.
Yeah, well, New York, you're just a cash cow. Everybody that works and owns a piece of property, they're just a cash cow for all that beat. I mean, talk about waste. I mean, you had $1 billion disappear from the New York budget for mental health care, and no, they still don't know where it went. $1 billion.
I remember the day I turned conservative. I was like except for you, we talked about this before. You had a Goldwater flag in the womb. When
Right.
me, I was a stupid. I remember arguing with my friends. You know, my very first election, I voted for Ralph Nader, Green Party. You know how naive, I admit it. And then my second election, I voted for Clinton. Okay, so I'm a college kid. He's talking about all college kids are going to get health care and all this. And and he appointed his wife to be the health czar.
Yes.
And I remember $25 million was given to her to come up with a way to give like universal health care. Well, we didn't get the universal health care, but $25 million. And I was just like, for $25 million, they couldn't come up. Where'd that money go? How much money did she keep? Who did she hire? And then Bill de Blasio becomes the mayor. You know, this is 20 years later. So I'm full on conservative at this point. Bill de Blasio becomes the mayor of New York, and he hires his wife as his assistant, and she loses something like $4 billion.
Yeah.
And nobody goes to jail.
Nope.
If I go to work and I lose a hole saw, if I lose a bandsaw, I gotta explain. You know, my ass up against the wall because I lost $100 tool, or if I break it or something like that, like I'm investigated. But the politicians could lose $4 billion. And when I question that to all my left-wing buddies, they're just like, yeah, $4 billion. Do you understand the magnitude of $4
billion out of a city's budget?
Right.
A city's budget.
Right. You know? And then if I defend myself in the subway, I go to jail.
Yeah. You know, it's like the one that always got me was John Corzine. He was governor of New Jersey. And when he leaves, he goes back to being a hedge fund manager. He steals $1.5 billion from his clients, never does a day in jail because he's politically connected. He steals it. He admits he stole it and can't get it back, you know, because he blew it on a bad investment. And it's like, you know, it's who you know. This is insane.
Like that Saturday Night Live skit with they hire the musicians and all they sing is one line from the song. The guy goes, "You can't get the money back. We already spent it." Oh man. So enough about politics. I'm already just depressing myself and making myself angry. And you're happy. We were talking before we went live. You're happy in Florida where they're thinking about getting rid of property taxes. You know.
Yeah, we got all kinds of crazy stuff going here. I mean, we don't have any riots. We have low crime rates. I mean, you know, you do something bad here, you go to jail. I mean, all the shoplifting kings up in New York, they vacation down here. You know, but they know they can't shoplift down here.
I remember I was driving across the country. This is before like cell phones and stuff. So I was driving through Louisiana, and the local Louisiana news was talking about the governor of Louisiana just gave people permission to defend themselves with guns if they're being carjacked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, thank you, mister, to allow me to defend my life. I appreciate this. You know, George Washington would have been, you know, that guy didn't wait for permission to fight. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny that, thank you. The government gave me.
Well, here in Florida, we had like this, you know, when the whole country was having a carjacking epidemic in the 90s, They had one in Florida. And what they were doing is the carjackers would wait outside the airport and they'd hijack rental cars because they knew they weren't armed. So they made the rental companies stop take the rental logo off of the cars. So these guys can't identify a rental anymore. And carjacking, it was over with. No more carjacking. I mean, like last year there were like 20 homicides in Miami. I mean, that's a good weekend in Chicago. 20 homicides.
I know. Didn't the mayor say arrested people, putting them in jail, never solved any problems?
Yeah. Well, that's the dumbest thing. How could you even say that? How could that come out of your mouth and you go, what the hell am I talking about?
That's one thing. I'm a union construction worker, so everybody's a Democrat, and I just say, what do the Democrats stand for anymore?
Well, they have to lie about what they stand for.
And they're like, oh, they're for the working class. I said, you're just giving them the boilerplate. I said,
right.
But how? I said, give me specifics. How? I said, why is it that when Trump was the president last time, we had full employment to the point, and don't tell me we didn't, because I was at the meeting when they said we're putting in a call for travelers. What that means is we have so much work that the rank and file guys are not enough. We're calling guys from other states. That's what it means to get travelers. And we make fun of travelers. Hey, travelers, you come in here, but we need them to fill the jurisdictions. If we don't get the travelers, then they're going to hire non-union. So I don't bust the travelers' balls. They're doing what they need to do.
Right.
Obama's president for 8 years, and magically, we have 14 weeks furlough. So I'm out of work. And for those of you who don't know, I'm on unemployment for so you and that's a year.
Yeah.
So for a little bit more than a quarter of the year, I'm sitting on my ass. But I read comic books, I played board games, I make the most of it. I live within my means.
Right.
And everybody seems to forget that. And then Trump's policies. I said, it's really weird that Trump's policies kicked in 3-4 months after Obama became president. And then, Biden, and now Trump is president again, and we have full employment again. That is really weird that it took 12 years for Obama's policies and Biden's policies to kick in. I said, don't you guys hear what you're saying? And you all say the same things. We because I'd say, well, these illegal aliens are kicking out, and I used our terms. I said, yeah, we're kicking out these scabs. And they're like, I said, these H-1B visas now, like, to me, Trump's too soft on that. Get rid of.
No, because they changed the rules on that. Now it's $100,000 a year if you want to bring somebody in on one of those visas. So you're not going to be bringing somebody from Bangladesh to run your ice cream shop. You're actually going to have to bring in somebody that you're going to be paying $400,000 a year. So, so that's basically the end of that program.
Well, I heard. So I'm not above saying that I probably heard some misinformation, but I heard it was
no, because this is just like 2 days ago,
right? And then I heard no, it's just once a year, and now, but if it's every year, then good,
every year
done, because like
$100,000 a year. Because I mean, when he announced he was all for these visas, I'm like, he's got another game going here, because that doesn't mesh with the rest of his policies.
Right.
And the other shoe dropped, and it's 100. IBM or AT&T or Microsoft needs somebody. They need some really talented, programmer, designer. They're going to have to pay for it.
Because I remember, again, my journey from, and it's funny because not interested in politics, interested in comic books, interested in girls, and then interested in politics, and then left-wing causes, and then conservative. That was all like the first 18 years of my life. I'll say the first 25 years of my life. Like they say, if you're young and you're not a liberal, you got no heart. If you're old and you're not, I'm the perfect example of that. But I remember, you got to remember that the Rainbow Push Coalition with Jesse Jackson, one of the biggest frauds to ever exist. Yeah. And I remember he was going after the airlines. There's no black pilots. And I'm just like, oh my God, we can't just hire pilots because they're black. We can't just hire surgeons because they're X. We can't just hire, you know what I mean? There's some jobs you could get away with, you know what I mean? Like you could hire a couple of construction workers because they fit a racial quota, you know what I mean? Provided there's enough guys to overcompensate and fix the problems. But like a surgeon, a pilot, come on, you can't cave to this.
And it hurts everybody. I mean, I know someone just went through nursing school. She's black, and she says, this whole equity thing, she says, it diminishes my degree. It diminishes my ability. She says, I'm going to be a good nurse, and I was serious about my studies, and I'm serious about this career, and I got good grades on my own.
Absolutely.
And she said, this diminishes my accomplishments by saying, oh, we know how you got your job.
Right.
So it doesn't help anybody.
Right. So the end point to this story, another big red light moment, is the airlines. They went to Nigeria and they found pilots with like 12 years experience, no accidents, qualified, good guys, and they brought them to America. No American blacks were helped. And Jesse Jackson was paid off and disappeared. They did NASCAR. There's no black drivers. they made a donation to the Rainbow Push. No black drivers were hired, and he moved on. It's the most obvious grift in the world. Now, getting back to what you said, another thing is we need a livable wage. We need a livable wage. How many progressives say that?
Right.
And then in the same breath, no Americans are going to pick the grapes. No Americans are going to pick the lettuce. So you don't want these people to have a livable wage as long as you're
because, those are actually good paying jobs if it's Americans doing them.
Right.
But if you bring in slaves from Guatemala, and you house them in a steel shack somewhere.
Well, let's be honest, the Democrats have always been the slavery party.
Well, it's true. They've been big on that. But but when they go, well, if you work at McDonald's, that should be a livable wage. No, it shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't. It should be
burgers or making fries at McDonald's. It's understood. You can't have a mortgage. You can't raise a family on that. It's an entry-level job. You're either really young or really old when you work.
Right. That job, like when I was 14, that was the greatest job in the world. Me and my friends are flipping burgers, hitting on chicks, drinking in the parking lot, smelling like French fries, dogs licking you. It was for kids.
Yeah.
And it's not supposed to be a career job.
No.
As heartless and as mean as this sounds, if you're 46 years old and you're the fry cook, you done messed up, Ron.
Yeah.
To get back to Keel and Peele, and there's no jobs for kids anymore. I drink Tim Hortons coffee. I'm unpatriotic. I drink Canadian coffee, and there's Tim Hortons opened up. This is gonna sound mean, but the truth is mean sometimes. It's 50-year-old Indian men. Yep. That's supposed to be a 16-year-old cute girl making me coffee.
Yep, exactly.
So
exactly.
So I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's none of this is right. And then the thing is, it's like they go, well, California raises minimum wage, immediately 40,000 people are fired, and they start automating the rest. So 80,000 more will be fired once they're replaced by robots.
I say this to all the guys at work. I'm an electrician. I don't want to say my wage, but I'm just going to say I probably fit in the top 1% of America if you average out everybody else. My wage, and when I work overtime,
my son's a plumber, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, plumbers and electricians, we're like neutrons.
You can name it. You can quote your price like a Hollywood star.
But we are. And I say this, New York is gonna raise the minimum wage to I think it's like $22.50 an hour. And I said, do you know what that does? That lowers our rate. What do you mean it lowers our rate? I said, because all the prices are gonna go up. And now, and I said, you don't understand. We are this far away from minimum wage. I said, now we're only this far away from minimum wage. I said, our quality of your life is gonna go down. Every time we raise minimum wage, like you said, people get fired, people lose their jobs, people get replaced, but it devalues that high rate that we negotiated. We have 3-year contracts. We negotiate a rate, and that rate had this much spending. I said, now the government inflation, the raising of the minimum wage, that devalues that rate. I said, do you guys understand economics?
And it doesn't even accomplish what they set out to accomplish, because at $22.50, your guy who's running, a pretzel stand, he's going to go down to the Roosevelt Hotel and hire somebody for $7 an hour and a free scooter. He's not going to hire somebody at $22.50.
Right.
So
we pissed off somebody. Good to see you, Gino. Good to see you chop it in. If you don't understand humor, then and you're a sourpuss, I don't know what to say to you.
I don't know, smug. I've never been smug in my life.
Oh, I'm totally smug.
I'm going to say that very smugly. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I do a semi-regular show called Pretentious. So, yeah, I own it.
Did Pretentious, moi?
Hopefully they buried it. Yes. I have problems with Elon Musk. I'm not a blind follower of anybody. I'm not a blind follower of Trump. I was very wary when Trump started to chum up with Elon Musk and he gave him a big position of power in the government. My hackles went off. But I got to say, that whole gutting of USAID, and I'm like bloodthirsty. I want to see the audit of Fort Knox. I want to see the audit of the IRS. I want to see the audit of all of these things. So now again, my needle went the other way. And when they fought, I was a little like, oh no, mommy and daddy are fighting. Like I thought they were doing good stuff that needed to be done. So yeah, Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And again, I'm not going to pretend that I knew who he was before he got killed. Since then, I learned about them, and the guy, my admiration of the guy is up. But Trump and Elon shaking hands, they said horrible things about each other.
Yeah, but you could tell Trump really didn't say anything horrible about Elon. He for once, he sort of like controlled his thoughts. So I kind of thought, okay, he understands Elon's having a little bit of a temper. Elon, I like Elon, but he's a weird guy.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. So Trump's like, I'm not gonna go after this guy the way I'd go after, Rosie O'Donnell. Because he's going to come back around again. So, so, I mean, that's the kind of guy Trump is. I mean, obviously he's forgiving. He's put people on his staff that have said horrible things about him. Yeah.
And I got to admit, he in the past 3 or 4 days, he said stuff that really made me laugh out loud. He said to Erica Kirk, he goes, you forgive these people. I can't. I hate my opponents. I got to admit, that was refreshing for a president to say.
Everything he says is refreshing. It's like I've waited all my life for a politician to just speak his mind off the cuff, because too many of these politicians they're afraid of what they might say. And Trump isn't that. They don't care what he says.
And then did you see what he just said to the UN today?
Yeah, that I ended all these wars. When you're not doing your job.
Yeah, what do you do? And then he goes on, and climate change. It's the biggest hoax. I was like, oh my God, keep going.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, I want him to point to you and go, you, what are you wearing? You look like a jerk. And I just wanted to get personal at this point.
I mean, no one on the left except Ilhan Omar can just say what's on their mind, because you would be horrified by what's on their mind. These are our plans for America. It's like, oh my God, I don't want that. Trump is like, here's my plans for America. We're going to be great again. It's like, yeah, let's do that.
So, says, you notice Elon did say much, or he didn't say much after, because that to me was one of the big red lights with Elon Musk was we need more H-1B1 visas. And I'm like, no, again, I can't agree with everybody 100%. But Elon won me over. I didn't trust the guy for the longest time, but I will admit, him buying Twitter changed everything. That was a watershed, not just in American politics, but I think in world politics.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, I don't think he'll be against the 100K charge, because he can afford it for the kind of jobs he's going to fill. So,
a creative Welshman wants to know: Are you going to be making new fictional cities in the Ripperverse? And when he says, I assume all the creators.
Yeah, I'm gonna, Horseman, Hector originally came from the city called Drescher, made up cities, kind of Chicago and Detroit combined. And I have a proposal.
That's a dreary thought.
Yeah, I have. Well, that's why it has a name like Drescher.
Yeah.
I said, and I pitched an idea to go back to the Horseman goes back to Drescher, because if he read the first Horseman story, he's fighting like these crazy ninja guys on top of a elevated train, and I never do explain what all that was about, and he has to leave Drescher because of that. And I really want to have him go back to Drescher and address what was going on there. So I'd love to create. And if you're reading Great War of Separation, I'm creating all kinds of crazy stuff there.
Yeah, Kamala spoke her mind about not having a gay man, and now she's getting it from the left. I'm enjoying that. I'm not above Schadenfreude there. Yeah. What's the worst comic you've ever read that isn't modern? I know what you're going to say.
You do?
That you don't want to slam anybody.
Yeah. I don't want to really slam anybody. I mean, and I don't read a lot of modern comics because they're reprinting so much awesome stuff that I've never gotten a chance to read. So.
I said a couple of weeks ago that I don't understand why you can't go into a comic book store and Marvel and DC just cheap paper, cheap printing, just like have X-Men 1963. All those, everything that came out in the 1960s.
Well, every time they do that, it's hugely successful. I remember when just before Dan DiDio left DC, he was complaining that all the facsimile editions were outselling their regular comics. And it's like, well, you shouldn't be mad about it. You should be learning from that.
Yeah. Like Shake Shack should be pissed off that the burgers are selling more than the shakes.
Yeah. It's like, we're just gonna make more burgers, baby.
Yeah, more burgers. I open a hot dog stand and then my wife makes a bowl of soup and now the soup's selling. You know what I mean? Lean into the soup. Give the people what they want.
Now we're the Soup Shack.
Yeah.
But you've got to do that, and you've got to. That's the thing about Ripper. Also, that's different is they do market research amongst their readers. I mean, they have demographics. Nobody's ever done that. I've never seen that. And they were telling me, hey, I have this idea, but I don't know how your readers are going to respond. And they said, well, according to our demographics, they would really like a book like that. Demographics? What are you talking about? They're showing me these studies they did of where they, surveys and everything else. And I'm like, this comics should have been doing this from the beginning.
Yeah, I see Ripper doing better and better. And like I said, I at first I wasn't too impressed. The writing to price ratio was too much for me. But I'm back. But he course corrected. He hired you. He's got Mike Barron. Mike Barron sent me a copy of Gooding. And I really enjoyed Gooding. I got Alpha Corp because I'm a Chuck Dixon unabashed fanboy. Which brings me back to the story. I wrote you an email. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it was all about in Alpha Corp the electrical villain and me being an electrician. I don't know if you read that, but then I didn't hear from you for so long. I thought maybe I pissed you off.
No.
Because I said that's not how electrical powers should work. I know Steve Ditko did it, and when I said that to people, fans were like, "Yeah, but Steve Ditko did it." And I said, "Well, I didn't think Steve Ditko was an electrician, as far as I do." So I'm working on the proper way to defeat an electrical-based supervillain.
Well, there you go.
According, and Vaughn Coleman has an electrical-based superhero, so he's. Once I said that, he was like, "Is this the proper way? Is this?" I said, "Nobody really cares. It's all in good fun. You know what I mean? It's nobody cares about how the electricity actually travels and resistance and stuff. As long as it works, it's fine." So,
yeah, that's like when I have problems with how guns are used in a story. It's like, nah, that wouldn't work. No.
Yeah, I made a character called Sergeant Stone. That's an homage to Sergeant, but he's literally made out of stone. He fell into the Rhine River in World War II and emerged in recent times petrified.
I like that.
And I'll find a picture of him. But Renzo drew a picture of him with an AK-47. And I said, I'm going to get savaged. He's got to have But then I realized he wouldn't have because the gun wasn't petrified. The gun would have been destroyed.
Right.
I said, okay. So he found that, whatever. So that's fine. But it was the first time I had like, Chuck Dixon's going to call me on this. Yeah. So, again, I remember you did a story. World War II. You keep looking at the clock. Am I keeping you too long? If you need,
no. I was just curious how long this is going because it didn't seem like that long.
No,
I got nowhere to go. You got me.
Yeah. I'm waiting my new job assignment, so I could probably be off a week or so. So I got nothing to do, is what I'm saying. So you're trapped with me, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Man,
I'm just looking for the picture of.
I'm your leisure time here.
Yeah. So I know you said that you've actually bought reference books and you send them to your artists.
Yeah, I would buy like gun magazines because if you ever go, well, I don't know what it is like in New York, but in Florida, you go to the supermarket, there's gun magazines in the magazine rack, and you buy one magazine, it's 100 pages, it's got a bazillion pictures of guns.
Right.
I send it to my artists and said, pick out a gun, be consistent, make sure it's the same gun every time, and I used to send them out all the time.
And your artists receptive to that?
Yeah, they like it. And now, of course, I can just include the images in the script because it's all digital. So I include a lot of reference stuff. And most artists will say, no one's ever done this for me. The only other writer I've ever known who would do that was Larry Hama would provide reference, because he wanted it to be, Harvey Kurtzman, going back to the EC days, he would provide reference to his artists, but most writers don't. And I'm like, I'm not going to ask you to draw something without helping you out here. And I want to make sure it looks accurate. So, artists appreciated a lot of stuff. I mean, my biggest problem when I was critiquing, that's cool. When I was critiquing scripts for Comic Experience, they had some really great writers, student writers. But the common mistake they all made was they were too wishy-washy in their artistic directions. I said, artists want to know specifically what you want. You're helping them by being specific. They're not letting them, guess what you might want.
Oh, we got just so many comments. Oh, one thing I wanted to talk to you about is Storming Paradise.
Yeah.
You mentioned that in one of your, I call your show the $25 show because everyone as Chuck Dixon cost me personally $25 because you mentioned something, and on average, sometimes more, sometimes I don't buy it, but on average, I'm spending $25 a week Wednesday afternoon at lunchtime at work because I listen to it on the drive-in.
I got a couple of Facebook pages like that if I visit it, I guess it's going to cost me money.
Yeah,
like, look what I got. Oh, I got to have one of them.
But honey, it peels the potato, and I don't have to touch the potato. But Storming Paradise was an Image comic, right? And it was you and Butch Geis.
It was a Wildstorm comic out of DC.
Oh, DC. It wasn't DC.
We pitched it to DC, and they sent us over to Wildstorm.
Was it your last DC work?
Nah, I did some stuff after that. I did a short run on Batman and the Outsiders and Robin. So I think that came after Storming Paradise, because Storming Paradise was something Butch and I came up with right after Cross Gen.
Right, because that, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, it was a 6-issue series, and it was a reimagination of World War II, but we didn't drop the bomb. We invaded Japan.
Yeah,
and that's a topic that even when I was in my super liberal days, I was like, no. Like, we ended the war. We saved lives. And I know it's a hard concept, to understand. Dropping a bomb saved lives. It's one of those disconnects. But when you think about it logically, we didn't do anything wrong. And I remember I was because I used to be a school teacher. And believe me, when at this point, I'm conservative, and I'm the only male, the only white person, and the only conservative taking these higher education classes. And one of the things we had to talk about was a story called The Elephant Keeper, and it was about a Tokyo zookeeper who took care of this elephant, and the military said, we got to kill all the big animals because the bombs are coming. The people forget that we did do conventional bombing over Tokyo, killed 180,000 people, more than both atomic bombs combined.
We firebombed them.
Right.
Yeah.
And this guy had to kill the poor elephant, and the elephant. So he's like, I can't shoot it. I can't stab it. What? So I'm going to starve this poor elephant to death. And the poor guy is crying watching the elephants. The elephants. I'm getting teary. I think if you read the story and you're not teary, you are not. That's how we'll find out who the lizard people are. Read the story to them, and we'll know who the lizard people are. But anyway, at the end of the story, it's like, well, what do you think? And we shouldn't have killed the elephant. I'm like, we didn't kill the elephant. I was like, maybe the Japanese shouldn't have bombed Pearl Harbor. Maybe, we shouldn't have dropped them. This was conventional bomb. And you people are teachers, and you know nothing about history. And that turned into a big, it was like that meme, what Ash standing up and all the zombies attack. Like, I was like, no, you don't understand. We dropped that bomb and saved people's life. Could you imagine, like, your uncle? Did anybody here have relatives in World War II? Well, you wouldn't be here if we didn't drop
exactly.
And then, I'm sorry for talking so much, but you said this in the comic that Japan wouldn't be there.
No.
That the Russians would have destroyed Japan.
Yeah, because the people don't understand the history, following the dropping of the bomb. And thanks to them declassifying our war plans for invading Japan, how we were going to do it, and the war plans of the Japanese to defend the islands, you can get a picture, and 1 million American dead was not beyond reason, and millions of Japanese dead. And it would have been the end of Japan as a culture.
Right.
Because Japan, I mean, whether you like it or not, our war against Japan and America's direct war against Japan, it was all us. It was all Americans versus Japanese. It was a race war. They hated us and we hated them, not just because they were the enemy, but because of who they were. I mean, it got mean. And if we had to invade Japan, it would have gotten meaner and more people would have died. And the thing is, at the end of World War II, we realized we could not destroy Japan as a culture. We had to reinvigorate and resuscitate Japan as a culture because we needed them because it's a vital culture. Same way Germany is a vital culture to Europe. And in order to do that, our leaders had to lie to the American public. They had to tell the American public the emperor had no part in the war. He was just a dupe. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was Hitler. I mean, he was as bad as the rest of them. Then they hid Japanese war atrocities and everything else. Because not only did our frontline Marines and soldiers hate the Japanese, the people at home hated the Japanese.
Oh, my father was a little kid in World War II. And to the day he died, we would, the topic would come up, all men talk about the Roman Empire and all men as they age talk about World War II. I have now officially entered my World War II aficionado phase, ladies and gentlemen. So but to the day my father died, he said anything about World War II, he would say dirty Japs.
Right.
Dirty Japs. Of course, we all hate the Nazis, but only SJWs need to say that, it's just common by default. But my father would be like, no, the dirty Japs. They will. Yeah. He wouldn't buy a Japanese car. You know what I mean? Like Godzilla would be on the TV, and he would just be like, these people are beneath. Yeah. Sorry, call him racist, whatever you wanted, but he lived. He was a little kid during World War II. He didn't go to war, but
yeah, I have friends now who feel the same way, but they're all Korean. But
they've got more reason than us.
Yes. So but the point is that the United States public would never have forgiven Japan if we had to invade them, because I mean my father-in-law, he was with the 10th Mountain Division. He fought his way all the way up the spine of Italy against the German SS, and when he got back to the United States, he had orders to go to Japan, to invade Japan. I mean, they were getting everybody ready. And we would have lost 1 million guys. Absolutely no question about it. Yeah. It would have been a bloodbath. It would have been a true genocide. It would have been horrible. And that's what Story in Paradise basically.
Right. Good read, everybody. Plus, Butch Geis is.
Yeah. I'm working now to, for everybody out there who doesn't want to spend $100 to buy a copy of Stormy Paradise on eBay. I'm working now to get the rights returned, because Butch and I own that. The rights return to Butch's family and me, so we can put out a new edition of it.
Oh wow! Chris Fisk says my grandmother Queen Grit was a comfort nurse.
Wow.
Yeah. It's wrong that I still like Japan. I like Japan now.
No, we love Japan. They're great people. They were duped. They were duped by a bunch of imperialist warmongers.
It's social engineering. Social engineering.
Oh yeah.
I didn't believe in social engineering until like the past 7 years. I mean, do you remember the Hale-Bopp comet?
Yeah.
Do you remember? I can't think of the guy's name. The leader, that Doe. His name was Doe. Right. He looked like the Watcher. He was this bald guy with these eyes that didn't blink. He convinced like 90 people to cut their genitals off and join a cult.
Wow.
And now, what's the difference now? We're convincing all of these young kids to mutilate their genitals. Like, this is evil. Like, I became aware of social engineering. I'm joking, in the last 7 years, but I remember, you got to remember too. You grew up in Pennsylvania, you're blue collar. Everybody smoked. Everybody smoked. Your uncles are playing cigarettes. There's freaking smoke. You're in the car, the station wagon, rolling up the window, and you blew smoke. And
you visit somebody in the hospital and you're smoking.
Right. You take that seatbelt off and you stick it down between the seats, and then you light up your cigarette. That's the way we grew up, guys.
Yeah.
And then there's the car accident. And you're thrown from the vehicle. You have no pants on, and you got a cigarette in your mouth. That's the way we grew up. 2 years later, nobody smokes.
Yeah.
There was a social engineering to stop smoking, and cigarette smoke, they say, is more addicting than heroin. Can can you imagine if the government all of a sudden said we're all going to get addicted to heroin? How many people would be yelling at me? You don't want to take this shot? Don't you want to work? Don't you want a bank account? Yeah. I mean, I'm exaggerating before that one guy comes in and calls me smug. And yes, I am smug. So I can't.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the cigarette campaign, I mean, they approached us with reason. It's like in the 70s when they told you that, in the energy crisis, they approached the public with reason to say, turn down the thermostat, do this, do that. And they were so successful, and we were so willing to go along with it because they reasoned with us, that the electric companies went, whoa, wait a minute. You're killing us here financially because, nobody's using electricity the way they should to keep the dynamos going. So they had to go ban that. But then you get to COVID and it becomes, mandatory. You have to. They don't reason with us. So you have to do this. They reason with us, and when we go, your reasoning doesn't make any sense, then you're going to be fired if you don't do it.
I almost become I almost got to fistfights with coworkers, like reasonable guys that we worked with, went to barbecues with, and literally would come. And I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? Because I didn't want to take this COVID shot.
Yeah.
And I said 6 months ago it didn't exist, and now you're telling me to inject it into my body. I said, you have a shot and a booster, so why do you care about me? I said, I could jump into a vat of smallpox right now and never get smallpox because I'm fascinated about it. So I don't care if there's smallpox over there. And then like, well, look at that. All these Republicans, you don't want to give you guys vaccines. Now smallpox is coming back. I'm like, really? Japan has no vaccine mandates. They're the healthiest people in the world. They got no smallpox. But you know what Japan's doing? Well, now they're doing it. But with Japan, they're not importing the third world. Coming across the borders, carrying smallpox and all of these diseases that we eradicated in the United States.
Well, I mean, people talk about COVID, and it's like, screw COVID. I'm worried about measles. I never had measles as a kid. You get measles as an adult, it's serious. Yeah. And it's like, now we got measles again. Well, where did that come from all of a sudden? Somebody found a jar of measles worms somewhere in a garage in Cincinnati. No, it came across the Mexican border.
Right. It's they're neglecting the fact that all these. Oh, look at Texas is having smallpox and measles outbreaks. Boy, I wonder what's going on in Texas. That's not going on in North Dakota. I mean,
No. Yeah.
Talk about social engineering. Like France, I didn't know about this, but Europe apparently they don't have air conditioning. It's just like they make fun of Americans for having air conditioning until they come here and experience the glory.
Air conditioning and ice. They think it's funny because we use ice.
Right. But in France, the people think, and I've never been to France. This is just what I know, that you will go into thermal shock if you sit in air conditioning too long. Now tell me that's not the government. Like, we don't want to, we also don't want, we think nuclear power is bad. Nuclear power is the only way to go forward.
And there are ways to go forward with it that are safer.
Right. We're going on technology from the 60s because the plants that were built in the 70s were designed in the 50s and 60s.
Right.
Everything is increased and now was, and then we're using the communist examples of why can't I think of the name of the plant that blew up in
Chernobyl.
Yeah, Chernobyl.
They always use Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. Well, there's other ways. There's thorium reactors. There's all different ways we could go that are far safer than what they were doing in the past. But you got to let these people do it. You got to get out of the way and let them do it.
I get one super chat every 6 months, so I might as well bring it up now. Do you ever watch a show and get the urge to write some fan fiction? Yeah, Chuck Dixon wants to write fan fiction all day long. I did after watching Wednesday on Netflix. To me, what you were talking about Wednesday, that show pisses me off, and I'm never going to watch it because Gomez Adams, they said that he's Hispanic based on the name Gomez. Well, that's his first name. His last name is an Irish name. Adams.
Yeah, but in the original cartoons, he was obviously Hispanic. I mean, Louis Guzman looks exactly like the guy in the original cartoon.
I'm not going to. Yeah, he's absolutely. But I don't like just like the X-Men. Once we tell us exactly what the Adams are, it ruins their mystique. They should be the other. Whatever you think they are, or whatever you want them to be. They're not. They're weirdos. They're outcasts. They're different. So by assigning them to be Hispanic, now they have a group.
Yeah. I mean, he shouldn't be Hispanic. He can look Hispanic, but
he should be a weirdo. That's
the bottom. I tell you, Addams Family. I'm a huge Addams Family fan, and it's a fine line. That is a tough property to write because we have to really like them, but they're kind of scary, but not scary to us. They're scary to the other characters in the story. Right. And there's always that they don't actually ever do anything psychotic. They don't actually ever murder anybody, but there's always that chance. I mean, if you want to visit the Munsters, you'd be perfectly safe because they're all just a bunch of amiable goofballs. You went to the Addams Family house, there's a very strong chance you're not going to leave there alive.
The funny thing about the Munsters is my friend Jimmy always said, he goes, just imagine instead of the Munsters, you took off all the makeup and they just acted like mentally impaired. Like, Lily, where's my time? That show would be banned in a heartbeat. I don't want to use the word that Jimmy used, but he used a different word. But my favorite thing about the Addams Family, to bring it back to like my comic book page, I liked that Gomez and Morticia wanted to be on each other. They were a romantically in love couple.
They were the happiest married couple in fiction.
Oh, you spoke French, and they're all over it. And then she comes out in that slinky outfit and everything like that. And he's got an odd charm, like the French say, beautiful, ugly, or whatever. But
right.
I like that. And now I'm seeing clips from the show, and she's just like, we let him think he's in charge. Morticia would never say that.
No.
Carolyn Jones would never say that.
No, it's a tough property to write, but that doesn't give an excuse to not understand it. You have to really think about it. And I was surprised. I read this book about Charles Addams. I was surprised at how involved he was with the show. I mean, he named all the characters because they didn't have names until they went to make it a TV show.
Right.
So he had to name them, and then he wrote essays about their background and what they were like. And the show adhered to those personalities that he designed. So, I mean, that was cool.
Do you think, well, it's hard to say because you weren't making movies and stuff in the past, but did people have more creative control, or was Hollywood always the same?
I think it depended on who you were. I mean, P.G. Wodehouse, who created Jeeves and Wooster, he wrote 92 novels. He was enormously popular. He was J.K. Rowling popular in the 30s and 40s. And he went to Hollywood for a year. They contracted him to write Hollywood, and they never produced anything he wrote. And all he did was give him shit all the time. And he just got frustrated and said, I'm not going to re-sign. I'm not enjoying this work because, you're all idiots. So it's always kind of been this way. But it depends on who you are, and I guess Charles Addams just, presented himself as, I'm not going to sign off on this until I have some degree of creative control.
I don't want to get into the personal details of your contract, but do you, like when you signed off for Levon Cade, could they literally do anything, or do you have limits of like?
No, they could do anything they wanted with the characters. They could recast, they could do, which they did. I mean, they did a lot of things like, I would not have done, but that's just the way it is. They're making a movie,
right?
And if it sold more books, great. More people will read the original version.
Right.
So.
I remember when Naked Lunch, the movie, came out, and William S. Burroughs was still alive. And the interviewers asked him, well, how do you feel what they did to your book? And he goes, they didn't do anything to my book. My book's right there. You can go read it.
Right.
My book still exists. And basically said what you said. He goes, if you watch the movie and you get interested in my book, that there you go. It worked.
Right.
And it worked. I heard, I watch you enough on Wednesday, or listen to you on Wednesdays talk. I knew you had to Levon Cade novels, but I didn't read them. And now after the movie, and I know things change, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody who didn't see the movie yet, but things are different from your book and your movie.
Yeah.
There's one major difference.
Yeah, my book is quite a bit darker than the movie. I wrote I told them, this is like a 70s action film, not a current action film. So they kind of changed things, and they show stuff to test audiences and all that. So
one thing I did get a kick out of is the party scene, in that Gothic house that they went to.
No, it's nothing like that.
In the movie, when Levon Cade goes to that house to get the girl, it seemed like a Batman villain lair.
Yeah.
I know you didn't write that.
The whole third act is not the book at all. It's not like the book at all. Like I said, the book is a very 70s kind of movie.
Right.
It gets dark, and and then I'm not going to tell it story. I'll tell you off air.
Okay. I'm running out of topics. Is there anything you want to talk about? Like we covered everything. I
mean, my Horseman 2 thing just ended, so I got nothing to sell. I got nothing to pitch. So, but I'm working on a bunch of stuff. I'm working on my first actual screenplay, writing by myself. I swore I'd never write one, but they were like, "Hey, here's money, write a screenplay." So,
okay, here's something I wanted to ask you, because I have the utmost respect for your writing, your talent, and you mentioned like a hack versus a writer. And I'm still not exactly 100%. Like, what would you say is the difference between somebody? Oh, that guy's a hack. That guy's a writer.
A hack doesn't enjoy writing. It's all about the money. It's all about the paycheck. They don't enjoy writing. So that's the difference. I love writing. It's compulsive to me. I really enjoy the process. Yeah, it's hard, and sometimes I hate it. But But if you're like, I talked to this guy one time. He was something to do with films, but he was writing a Western novel, and he was writing a Western novel on one of those house names. They make up a name. Tex Ryan. All the books are by Tex Ryan. They're actually written by 20 different guys, and he was writing one of them, and he was just bitching about writing this Western and how hard it was, and he hated doing it and all that stuff. And I'm like, I like writing Westerns. I've written house name Westerns. I enjoyed every moment of it.
I how could you not enjoy writing? Even as a kid, well, when I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and write comic books, so I was always writing scripts and stuff. And then life happens. I become a construction worker, and I never thought, but I never stopped writing and putting down ideas. And even if I just used it in my role playing games with my buddies, it's so much fun. And do you still have that? Like, you write a script, however much time it takes, the artist sends in a page, and now you got Horseman #1 in your hands. I don't know about you, but like I got this spinner rack of all my comics.
Yeah.
And every time I come down here, I look at it, and it's as if it's the first time. Yes, I know it's not the greatest comic book in the world. Now that the sheen has come off and I see the flaws in my comic, but it's still my first comic, and I just so happy about it. You know what I mean? And now my second comic is going to be shipping in a couple of weeks, and and people put pictures of my comic book on Twitter. Hey, John, look what I got. I'm going to read this tonight. I'm like, oh my God, I feel like that.
Yeah, no.
Do you still have that?
Yeah, it's a big. I mean, if you see the bookshelves behind me, I wrote all them. So if I'm having a hard time writing, I can turn around and go, hey, you did them, you can do this. It's sort of like, that's my track record behind me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's a kick to me. I mean, a producer put me together with a production artist last week, and we were talking over this movie treatment I wrote, and they were going to do some visuals for it, and talking with the production artist. And I said, man, I want to tell you, this is such a thrill. I said, because I'm a comic book guy. I'm dealing with artists all the time, and I love seeing something I made up out of my head become real in a picture, so yeah, it's a kick all the time. When they used to send, back in the day, when they would send me Xeroxes to place the balloons, and I would get to see the pencils for the first time. I was like, ooh, I wrote this. And this guy spent all that time, spent a whole day drawing this page.
Yeah.
So,
it's cool. And it's funny when an artist will come back, okay, on this page, I'm going to do, and I'm like, I never thought of that. Like, you forget that the artist comes up with a different perspective.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a total collaboration. You got to go with your artist instincts, and you got to, Some artists I have a lot of back and forth with, some I don't. And Frank Fosco, man, he's amazing. I mean, he'll just come back and forth with all this stuff, trying. I think it's probably why you like Something Big so much. Frank was like, well, what about this? And did you remember this? And did you think about this? I'm like, yeah, okay. That's all great. So
I know you don't like to work Marvel method. I forget.
Wow.
Was it John Buscema who wanted to work Marvel with you?
No, Joe Kubert and John Romita Jr.
John Romita Jr. Okay, yeah. And because I right now I got like 7 different artists. I got 7 scripts out, 7 completely different guys, and one of them said, "You want to do it Marvel?" And I kind of freaked out. I was like, I don't even know if I can. Like I write like full scripts. I said, I'm just going to send you a full script and you do whatever you want. You're a better writer. You're a better artist. You're better everything. You're a better comic book person than me. So just use. Do you do that? Like once you release the script, you can do whatever you want, guys. I trust you. I wouldn't work with you if I didn't trust you.
Yeah. I mean, most of the guys I'm working with, I know, they're friends, and I know they're not going to mess it up. I've had scripts messed up. I've had scripts messed up really bad, and then it's like, I'm never working with you again because you didn't get it, But I mean, the Marvel method was created because Stan couldn't keep up with the artists. He couldn't keep up with demand. I mean, it wasn't created to make the comics better, and he could do that because he was working with Jack Kirby and Steve.
I was going to say, well, he's working with titans of the industry.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to tell, I mean, he just says to Kirby, Fantastic Four meet God, and we get Galactus.
Right.
Yeah. And when he hands in the pages, Stan goes, "Who's this guy on a surfboard?" And Jack's like, I thought he needed somebody to talk to, and that's the way that worked. But it doesn't work with everybody.
Right.
And the Marvel method, I did it a few times at Marvel, and I was doing Conan, and I said to Gary Quapis, I said, let me write you a full script. And he's like, I don't know. And I said, no, let me write you it'll be better. And we did it. And he says, you know what? It was better. Because even when I work with Romita Jr. and Kubert, I said, okay, I will write you a plot, but it'd be more like a treatment. This thing will be like 12 pages long. And I said, and it will include all of the dialogue, so that you understand the drama of each scene. And they were cool with that, and it worked out fine.
Yeah, it's like
I would get the Xeroxes back to write the dialogue. I'm like, I don't know what the hell they're saying. Conan's just shouting, and I'm like, I didn't ask for these shouting. What's he saying?
Mike Barron is just a freaking great guy. I love Mike Barron. Mike
Barron's awesome.
My funny Mike Barron story is I sent him a PDF of my issue 2, and he read issue 1, and his review was it was better than the Harley Quinn Fartacular. So I got that going for me.
That's the bar.
Right. So, all right. So I got the second issue. He said, this is really good. I really like this story. But the funny thing is, so I'm at work. I'm on a construction site, noise everywhere. And I run into a porta potty, forgive the details, and I'm taking care of my business in a disgusting porta potty. If anybody's ever been on a construction site, understand you don't want to use it. The decision has been made by my biology, not me. So I'm using and the phone rings. It's Mike Barron, and he's like, you got a minute? And I'm like, yeah. So I'm talking to Mike Barron. No, I got no pants on. I'm freezing. It's disgusting. It's in a porta potty. And we just talked about my car. And all I could say is this is just such a great guy. How he could have done a million other things. And if he only knew where I was when we were talking,
he would have loved it.
I'll tell him next time we talk. But so I'm telling the story to show the esteem I have for this man. He's a great guy.
Yeah. No,
but he always says, like, in a fight, Batman and the Joker shouldn't be having a conversation in the middle of a fight. While I agree, because I've been in a couple of fist fights, and pretty recently actually, and you don't quote Shakespeare in the middle of defending your life or choking out a homeless person on the subway. You don't, that would be cool. I just thought about that, choking out that homeless guy. I should have quoted Shakespeare, or "Thus the Raven, nevermore." But anyway,
we few, we marry few. Yeah.
Right. I do think, because my philosophy is each panel in a comic book, like we read a comic book page in a Z pattern. We go like this, but each panel, I believe, we also look at a Z pattern. This word balloon is first.
Right.
Then this word balloon. So, hey, Chuck Dixon, how you doing? I'm okay, John. These are obviously two different points of time. There's enough time in a panel to talk. Now, so I think Batman punching the Joker, there's enough time in that panel where I understand the Joker or Batman just winding up his fist like Popeye. Joker, I'm going to knock you out. You got one chance to surrender. No, and then it punched. What do you feel about that? That was a long explanation to ask that question.
That's the nature of the medium. I mean, if that's the kind of comic you want to write. I mean, I agree with Mike. When my characters fight, they fight. When they talk, they talk. But if you're writing a different kind of comic, I mean, Spider-Man couldn't keep his mouth shut during a fight. If that's what you're doing, if that's the real estate you have to deal with, then you do it. I mean, I learned something. I got to work with Stan Lee 2 times on projects that he was like presenting, and I learned something interesting. I'm writing my full script, and the art comes in, and Stan goes, "Well, there's 5 people in this panel, but you only have 2 of them talking." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, what are the others saying?" and I'm like, it blows my mind because I'm like, oh my God, he learned this from Jack Kirby. Because remember, Kirby would do that. He'd have like 6 people in a panel pointing at the sky. What is that crazy thing? Some kind of publicity stunt. I was like, oh, what's going to happen next? Everybody had a line. And I'm like, when he got the art back from Jack, he just gave everybody in that panel a line by habit. And then he expected me to do the same thing. And then the other thing he hated was if I had an exchange within the panel. If somebody said something, someone replied, somebody said something else, and then they replied to that. He didn't like that. So I do rewrites on that.
What is your philosophy on that? Because, when I started to get serious and I was going to make my own comic, I broke out my Will Eisner. I figured go to the man himself, on comic book writing. And one of the things he said was like, in the space of a comic book panel, I could say something, and then Chuck Dixon could reply. But once I'm going, and maybe sometimes you could have a response to the response, but anything other than that, you need another panel.
Well, I agree, but my comics aren't particularly wordy. I never write particularly wordy comics. So if I have an exchange, it's brief. It's not like a guy, explaining quantum physics to another guy, and another guy is arguing and has his own theorem, and then we have a reply to that. It's not that. It's like, hey, what you doing? I'm having coffee. You drink too much coffee. Yeah, you shut up. That's my exchange. That's fine within a panel. I agree with Will, as long as you keep and as long as you understand the dynamics of the panel and what are you going for here? Are you going for drama? Are you going for conflict? Are you going for humor? If you're going for humor, you're going to have to do those exchanges. Dilbert is a great example of how to do dialogue. You read the Dilbert strip. It's a great example because all the characters talk in their own voice.
Right.
And the exchanges, you can hear it in your head. The exchanges are so perfect. And then he'll end panel 3 with a joke. And he could have ended the strip there, but there's always a follow-up. There's always a response to what was just said. And then sometimes a response to that. So I always tell people, as odd as it sounds, look at Dilbert for how to do dialogue.
Yeah,
set up and payoff. Boom, boom, boom. That's right. Set up, payoff, then another payoff, sometimes another payoff.
Comedy is tough.
Comedy. Oh, man. That's why the Simpsons, they used to pay me. The highest page rate I ever worked for was doing Simpsons comics because they understood, you can't write 10 pages of comedy a day.
Comedy is really, I wrote one joke in issue 2, but when I got the art back, I couldn't because it was a visual gag, and I don't know if it was like a language problem or Renzo didn't think it was funny, but so I removed my one attempt at humor. But man,
comedy and humor are different. Humor to me comes naturally. It grows out of the characters and it just sort of becomes a part of the story. But actual comedy, I'm going to make the reader laugh here. That's tough. That is really tough.
Yeah, to me, it's like horror is all timing and comedy is all timing. And
comedy and horror are the same rules. I mean, there's the the rule of three in horror, and rule of three in comedy, and it's set up and payoff. It's horror has its running gags, it's callbacks. I mean, it's all the same humor and horror.
What about I want to write a detective story. Like I have a Batman Punisher mashup character called the Raven, and I'm getting around the fact that I'm not smart enough to write a detective story by he has a government handler who has inside information and is using him as, because he's a crazy person. He's a violent, crazy person, and the government handler is keeping him from getting arrested and focusing him. Like that. I have but I did that out of recognizing the limitations of my writing. So how would you do a detective? I know you solve the crime in your head and you work backwards.
Yeah, you start at the end. No, I haven't written a lot of mysteries because they're tough. My hat's off to anybody that can write a good mystery that makes sense, that you don't figure out in the first 5 minutes. When they did Batman Black and White, I was not included. I was not invited to be part of that. And when Mark Chiarello got near the end of the project, he realized no one had written a detective story. No one had written a mystery. They all wrote the ultimate Batman story, and it's like, but there were never mysteries. So he said, could you write me a mystery and, we'll get Jorge Zafino to draw it. And I'm like, okay. And I didn't have much time. I had like a week, and I'm like, okay, I just read an article in the paper about how if you freeze the human body, the flesh shrinks.
Oh, okay.
And I thought, that's my key. Batman's gonna find out that the guy that everybody thought did it because of the fingerprints didn't do it. Not only did he not do it, but he's dead, and somebody was using his frozen hand to leave the evidence behind. And I just sort of worked backwards from that.
Oh, that's pretty okay.
As a mystery writer, I mean, it sounds dumb, but the mystery writer knows what you don't know. And that's all it really takes is some, and I'm sure working construction and stuff like that, you probably come across some stuff that normal people wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And you could use that as the key in the story to solving the crime.
It's funny because all the guys at work, they're like, oh, wow, you make a comic. They're all so excited. They're all so happy for me. Yeah. And they're all like, everybody my age and younger got comic books as a kid. And then they say the saddest thing in the world. They still make comics?
Yeah. Yeah. I would say that if they marketed carrots the way they market comics, a year later, they'd be like, remember carrots? They still make them?
Yeah, I know. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But they're all like, so, and then they do this great thing. They open up their wallets and they hand me money. And I'm like, well, you got to go to this website. And then you could just see the light going. We're trying to explain crowdfunding to normies.
Yeah.
To go back all the way to the beginning of this conversation. Man, do they not get it? And I remember my foreman said to me, John, think of this. You're asking me for money, and then you're going to mail me a comic book that you could just hand it to me, but it may or not come out in 9 months. It might come out in a year. He goes, get back to me when you got something solid.
Yeah, my wife to this day, even though I work in crowdfunding comics, she thinks crowdfunding is a scam. And I'm like, how is it a scam? You're getting what you paid for. Sometimes you're getting a lot more than what you paid for.
Right.
And so when that box comes and it's got challenge coins and knickknacks and tchotchkes in it that were stretch goals, and it's like Christmas. And she just doesn't get it. And I said, it's not like I don't know what I'm paying for. I know what I'm paying for.
Right. And then when I'm told, oh, you're not just you're funding my lifestyle while working on the book, and
no, not really. You're paying me to sit, like Graham Nolan. I mean, you're paying him to sit and write and draw that stuff. He can't do it for free.
Right. I understand.
And the thing is, when you finance a Graham Nolan project, he goes to work. He's probably already working on it. Right. He goes right to work, man, and he works every day, and that's his job, just as if he was working for Marvel or DC, and he's turning out X number of pages a week. And because he's like, I promise the people they'll get this by December 15th, and damn it, me and Julie are going to be packing those books for mailing first week of December, and he treats it like it's a commitment, it's a promise.
Everybody treated it like Graham Nolan,
right?
there would be no, and that would
it would probably grow the pie even bigger because people would learn because you've done it, I've done it. Hey, this is really cool, and you crowdfund it, and you get it, and you're either disappointed or you never get it.
Yeah. What gets me though is, okay, so I'm funding your lifestyle while you're doing it. All right, Michelangelo had to eat, he had a place to live and whatever, but I didn't see Michelangelo down at the arcade playing pinball or talking about Eric July for $9 a day. Michelangelo built that scaffold and was laying on his back. So that's what gets me is
he was tutoring his assistants. He was doing all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's
he was making his own frickin' paint.
All right, so I'm funding your lifestyle. That's fine. You got to eat. You got kids. Whatever. You got a rare talent. If everybody could write and draw, it would be worthless.
Right. Yeah, and the thing is,
I don't want to see our live stream collected $2,000 in super chats talking about somebody else. Make the thing I'm paying for.
Right. Right. And the thing, it's not funding your lifestyle. You're funding a project. When that project's over, that lifestyle is over until the next project.
Right. Our relationship is now over, and oh, wow, you made $400,000 on your comic book, but that's a lot of money if you made it in 8 months. It's not a lot of money if it's 6 years later. Jeez, that's less than what I make.
Yeah. I've got projects I've been putting together, and I've got all these negative costs out that, I hope the crowdfunder will pay me back for them, because I like to pay to have the whole project done. I don't like to go to crowdfund with something half finished.
Well, it's funny that you said that because I had a bigwig, and I don't want to name names, but he was a good guy. And when I told him, I laid out the money for my first issue, it was a hobby project, and then I'm using that money to fund the second issue, and then the second issue is going to fund the third because I don't need the money. I got a job. And he was like, oh, okay. And you could see his face. I said something wrong. So afterwards, when we were done talking, he was like, no, that's not the way crowdfunding works. He goes, you gotta see if people are interested and then raise the campaign and then get the money. And then if it's not enough money, you cancel the project because I'm like, yeah, but this isn't my business. Like I'm an electrician. I go to work. My bills are paid for. I'm doing this for fun. You know what I mean? So like if I'm laying out $6,000 and I'm taking in $200, yeah, I'm going to stop.
Right.
But if I'm laying out because it cost me about $6,000, $7,000 to make a comic book.
Sure.
If I collect $6,001, I'm good to go for the next issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if I make $5,800 and I'm only laying out $200, to me that's fun, and it's an outlet for me. It's something I enjoy doing.
And you're creating content you can later repackage and sell again.
Right. Because I'm hoping someday after I get like 6 issues, maybe I can make a trade paperback, and then maybe I could, I have a tentative agreement to after a couple of years that maybe this guy will put me in comic book stores, things like that. So
yeah. I mean, we're putting together something big omnibus. Be a big oversized hardcover.
I was gonna say it's got to be gigantic for something big, right?
Yeah, and with a lot of extra material in the back and everything else. And that's where I'll make my negative costs back because I financed all of that, and I haven't seen a dime back from it yet. But the crowdfunder for the omnibus will give me that money.
Right. I like this comment. I didn't purchase a friendship. I want a book. Yeah. The parasocial relationships on this is really bizarre. I didn't join a cult. I didn't join a society. I want to read about a guy in tights beating up another guy in tights. With some cool, clever art. Chris Frisk says, my books were ready for print before I asked people for money. I'm not selling an idea. I'm selling it. Well, that's what Ripper does.
Yeah, it's all done. When they start launching it, I mean, a lot of times I've been there on the day signing the books, and they launch it on the day I'm signing them.
So how long are you done before you even announce it? Because it just seems like you announced Zalen, and it seemed like not too much longer. I don't know. Is it still a campaign? What you guys do? Or
it's a campaign.
Yeah. So you're pretty quiet about it for a while, then I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't talk about stuff till it's real. Until I can show you something. Plus, they're real careful at Ripperverse how much they talk about ahead of time, to keep everything fresh, and how much, like I'm restricted to. I mean, I see all the artwork, but I'm restricted to what artwork I can use for promo. I'm like, send me what's acceptable, you guys that you, because they don't want everything out there. Because I mean, Joe Bennett, he sends me every page he does as he does it. So,
yeah.
But because sometimes I have had to ask for a couple of changes. He draws too much. I'm like, don't put all that stuff in the background, Joe. You're drawing too much. You're working too hard. Because he did a thing once where it was like a drug deal, right? And there has to be no witnesses to this drug deal, and he draws like this whole neighborhood in the background. I said, everybody in those houses can look out their window and see this drug deal. So why'd you draw that? I said, just draw grass.
Yeah. So that brings up an interesting question. Do you like Renzo has been my artist on the first issue and the second issue, and then the next two issues he's my only artist. And I'm a rookie. I when I started making my comic books, there was whole steps that I didn't know need, like pre-press. What is that? Renzo sends me all the files, and I just send these files to the printer, and then boom. No, it's got to be pre-pressed. And so that was a whole other. So it just shows you how much of a rookie I am. But he sent me a panel that it needed to be changed, and I don't know, I'm not blaming anybody, but I remember laying in bed going, because I didn't even know how he drew. And I'm thinking, do I have to pay him again to redraw this? Like, does he have to do the whole page to do this one panel? There's only 4 panels on this page. That's 1/4. Like, does he just crumple up this paper, start all over? I'll pay it because it can't be like this. And no, I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it because now I'm thinking economically. I can't afford to, you know what I mean? Right. And then finally I just said, and he was like, hey, no problem. 2 taps. Right. I'm like, 2 taps? Is this a Spanish? But he was working digitally. He just removed the layer. And that's literally 2 taps removed the offending piece of art. And I'm like, oh my God. And then in the new issue, it was a miscommunication. And he was like, and he said to me, when I was drawing it, I knew this was wrong. But, so we fixed it. And again, he just removed the layer. But have you ever had to no, we got to redo this page from scratch? Like, and you're paying out of your pocket. Now you're the guy. I imagine Eric's paying out of pocket for Ripper Comics, but I hate asking for artists to change things, but sometimes you just have to. I mean, it was my fault. I didn't quite understand Braxwell's powers. He's a character in Alpha Corps, and I just thought he was bulletproof like Superman, or at least bullet resistant. And it turns out he's not. And so I had a scene where he gets the crap shot out of him, but keeps on going. And so we had to ask. It was an unusual situation. He wasn't in his regular costume in this scene, and we had to ask Joe to redraw it, put a Kevlar vest on him. You didn't create the Alpha Corps characters?
What?
You didn't create the Alpha Corps characters?
No, they were given to me.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
I didn't create them, so I kind of ran into some trouble. Like Braxwell never talks, and I didn't understand that. I thought he was just like Gary Cooper. He doesn't talk much. And I had dialogue for him. And then they said, well, we got to cut all that dialogue. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Let me look at the pages. And I can make it work without dialogue. So he's like Snake Eyes. And I said, look, going forward, I won't make that mistake again. And then it was fun coming up with gags to get across what he's thinking or what he would have said without him saying
it. I remember talking with Mike Barron again. And I said, we're both writers. I know you draw. In your early days, you actually wrote and drew a comic book. I don't know if people know that, but and Mike Barron will do stick figures for whatever. And I started doing that once in a while. Like I drew a 2-page spread. Luke's is drawing a story called The Sleeper Agent, and it's a really complicated, and the visual. It's not a gag, but it needs to be a certain way. So I actually drew those 2 pages in my glorious stick figure, how I want the panels to look. I can't wait to see how this looks. But anyway, as much as I'm a writer, I understand that a comic book is visual. And I believe the most information should come from the art, and the words are only there because the art can't give that information out,
Right.
like a conversation. And when I say that to people, they're like, but you're a writer. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't want a word balloon this big and then the guy's ducking underneath it like Reed Richards stretches his neck.
Right.
But
that's part of the writing.
Right. I wrote that building.
Yeah, I wrote these visuals basically.
Right.
The pacing, the dialogue, the characterization, all that's mine. The plot, that's all mine.
Right. So I'm satisfied. Like if there's a wordless page and it's a cool fight, like I got a fight scene coming up between two non-powered guys, and it's Ron Mosicki who did my backup story, drew it. This guy it's in the perfect world, this guy would be supporting his family by comic book art. He's so good. How he's not scooped up by the big guys, I'll never understand. But I can't wait to see this page without any dialogue. It's going to be a Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron worthy brutality page. I can't wait. And there's no words on it, and I'm happy with it as a writer because that is words. It's like the Matrix. If I put on my glasses and all that art turns into script. So.
Yeah. And the thing is, you got to let your artist know, like if I have like a, silent sequence, I always let the artist know, look, you're carrying the ball here. You're the storyteller. It's all you. And I said, if you can stay to the grid format,
right.
Then you're telling the story in sequence, because if you do a page where it's overlapping and all that stuff, that doesn't work without words.
Marcus, over here, Marcus, my editor, my moderator, you have to support John. So Marcus I have a character that's an homage to Steve Ditko's Mr. A and the Question, so he's the masked fedora guy, but his mask is just a giant eyeball, and he's the public eye. So he's investigating, but he's investigating for the public. So he's uncovering the grand conspiracy, and he may or may not be a lunatic, and he's damaged goods. And I wrote just a 2-page silent story, and you got to see the acting that Marcus is doing, and it's just so much fun. There's not a word on the page except for the title sequence, and I think so. Okay, I just brought back another topic, and feel free at any time say you got to go, because
we're good. We're good.
I'm one of these people, so I don't want to feel like I'm holding it. Blink like in a hostage.
I'll hold up a help me sign. Help me.
One of my biggest things, and I'll say about crowdfunded comics in general, it's not just a CG thing, is storytelling. And I am very unforgiving about bad storytelling. And I'm sure you understand the ability to tell a story panel through panel, and that's not necessarily the writer. Like if you take all the words out of a comic book, can you tell a story? To me, that is storytelling. That was a big thing that Will Eisner was in his Essentials of I forget the exact name of the book. I look at a lot of crowdfunded comics, and this is a beautiful drawing. This is a beautiful drawing. This is a beautiful drawing. And then when I step back and look at the page, it's a mess.
Right.
And it's a little disconnect, and you need way too many words to explain. I don't know if you ever worked with Chuck Dixon. Have you ever worked with Chuck Dixon?
Yeah. Every day.
Have you ever worked with Howard Chaykin? American Flag, to me, some of the worst panel-to-panel progression, but it's a good comic. It's worth the work, but man, is he difficult to read.
Yeah.
And whereas Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, Will Eisner, all these guys are masters. Your Batman comics, I never had a problem. What do you think about that? To me, I think storytelling is the most important.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, and pretty pictures, that doesn't make a story. And my biggest argument, I have two big arguments with a lot of what I see in comics, crowdfunding and otherwise, is because people send me comics. They'll say, "Can you read my digital file of my comic?" And the most common thing I see is, this is a brand new character, issue 1. You did nothing on the first 3 pages to engage me with this character. You did nothing. Like they're walking down a street or something, talking to themselves. So I don't know who they are. And by page 4, I really don't care. You've done nothing to draw me into the story. I mean, Horseman number 1, Horseman Welcome to Forest Park, we open with a fight on top of an elevated train. And in the narrations, Hector is informing us of what's going on, but in a way that conflicts juxtaposes what's going on with what he's saying, for a humor effect. He's understating what's going on. And by the end of that, you're like, okay, well, I understand this guy's a badass, and I understand he's got to get out of town. And now I want to know what's he going to do next.
Right.
And that's my job, is to draw you in, make you say what's going to happen next. And I don't see that. The other thing I don't see a lot of, and I gotta get on my artists about this all the time, is pull the freaking camera back once in a while. Let's see where they are. If two people are walking down the street talking, pull back and show me the street.
It's funny that you said, because my original script was world building the comic book.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm writing the Similarian of superheroes, and everybody who read it was just like, oh, I don't care about any. You mentioned 6,000 characters, none of which I have any connection to.
Yeah.
And then I cursed their names. I spit on their ancestors' memories, and then realized that they were right. It hurts to get criticism, especially when it's the greatest thing in the world.
But that's how we learn.
And I'm thinking, oh man, John Byrne's going to come out of retirement to draw my comic book. That's how delusional I was. And then I took their advice and I rewrote it. And then I thought about what you said. Why do people care about this guy? Why do people care about the patriarch? Now, either they're going to like it because I'm a conservative and he's a Christian and he homeschools and he's positive masculinity. And I'll accept that if you're buying it because you like the politics, good for you. Thank you. But like, why would a normie or a guy who's not political want my comic? So I started with an old-fashioned bank robbery because I wanted to set up like this is a throwback to classic Blue Sky Bronze Age Marvel. It's a bank robbery, and right away, whatever. And then
that's how I opened Alpha Core 1. So
right.
Bank robbery hostage situation. So
and then in issue 2, I'm introducing a new character, Mary Sue, and this is a goof on every woman is a Mary Sue. So I'm like, how do I get people interested? So the very first page, she's bleeding to death. And I remember when I showed that page, people were like, oh man, this cute girl. I just, because she's a cute little Japanese girl, and
right.
She's got a gash in her face, there's blood pouring out, and then it's told as her life is passing before her eyes. And Mike Barron said that was pretty clever. It got me interested in the character right away. What's going on? Why is this? Nobody wants to see no normal man wants to see a beautiful woman in pain and suffering. So that is something. I'm doing the Origin of the Patriarch. It's its own comic. It's like an oversized comic. That'll be my next crowdfund. I'm like, it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's starting with the heist.
Yeah.
And then from the heist, it's going to go to not people sitting around tables drinking coffee, but like his origin. He's basically explaining to his children why he can't live this lie anymore. Like his whole origin is a lie. 20 years has been a lie, and something happens that like kind of like Darth Vader, you altered the deal. Pray we don't alter it. And he's just like, I can't deal with this. So like all the family drama stuff is in the middle, and then I end with a super fight. So like that is something. Why do I care? Why, it's a superhero. Like I could have had that comic of them sitting at Starbucks. Well, listen, kids, I'm going to tell you why I don't want to go with the government anymore. But no, it's
nobody's going to read it.
Yeah, it's a guy who flies. Your guy's a guy who punches people and hits them with sticks.
Yeah. It's openings are so important. They are the most important thing. There's nobody's going to read this thing to the end if they're not engaged in the first few pages. And that's what you got to do. You got to do that hard work. My favorite opening line of a novel is "Postman always rings twice," and the opening line is, "They threw him off the hay truck around noon." You're immediately going, "Who is this guy? And what the hell do you have to do to get thrown off a hay truck?"
Yeah, they threw him off.
In the course of the novel, you find out what kind of an asshole you have to be to get thrown off a hay truck. So,
opening line, yeah. Well, I remember my writing teacher. I wish I could, but I forget what it was. But like, I ended up in the back of a freight train holding an octopus.
Yeah,
and you're like, what? I know I'm getting it wrong, but it's basically it involved an octopus, and you're like, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, Richard Stark, it was a pseudonym for Donald E. Westlake, and he wrote these novels, Parker novels, about a professional thief. And his opening lines are always awesome. It'd be like Parker was reading the obituary page when they broke down the door. It's like, whoa. Somebody once said the ultimate Parker line would be, when the shit hit the fan, Parker jumped in front of it.
One of my favorite private detective lines is from Calvin and Hobbes. And it's him pretending to be, I forget the name of it, and it's him with the hat and the slotted light, and he goes, there was 6 shots that day, 3 of them from a bottle, 3 of them in my leg. And it's Calvin and Hobbes. I'm like, oh my god, like let's hear that novel.
That's like, Raymond Chandler. I mean, he was great at that. Was one, she was trying to sit in my lap and I was standing up. Another one was she had a figure that would make a bishop kick out a stained glass window. I mean, his stuff, he was great at that.
Yeah. Well, obviously you haven't seen my comic yet. I'll mail it today.
Yeah, I gotta see it next time we talk. I have to have seen the comic.
I don't know. I'm so nervous, but yeah. But Renzo draws beautiful women.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he draws beautiful women, and to the point where that scene with the wife in the shower. I just said she's in the shower, but he made it a little bit more explicit than I.
He went full Netflix on it.
But I gotta say, like, people like, are you gonna have full nudity? And I'm not gonna lie, as a red-blooded normal man, there is that temptation. But I don't like. I keep telling people, if you didn't see it in a Bronze Age comic, you're not gonna see it in my comic. Then a few people got like a little upset. You'll see what I'm talking about when I say that there's a shocking page in my comic. You're gonna know exactly the page I'm talking about. And people said, "This is supposed to be a Bronze. Have you read the Bronze Age?"
Yeah.
I remember like that Starfire and Robin in bed, and they're obviously, they both have sweat on them. What would they do? Like there's a lot of that in. But
when I was writing Savage Sword of Conan, Conan, he's either killing somebody or bedding a winch, and right. Tom DeFalco came down when I was there once, and we're talking. Larry Hama and I are talking about Conan. DeFalco comes in, and he goes, "Hey, those sex scenes you have in the Savage Sword of Conan." I'm like, "Yeah, you got to tone them down." I said, "But Savage Sword of Conan's always had those sex scenes." And he goes, "Yeah, but when you do it, they're enjoying it too much." So I'm like, okay.
Hey, Tom, I don't know what kind of sex you're having.
Yeah, seriously.
that people aren't enjoying it, but like
the sex scene where everybody looks bored, it's like, it's not working for me.
Well, follow through the logic here, Tom. You want me to have unenjoyable sex scenes in the comic? Like, do you really want that?
I got that. I love Tom. Tom
was on my channel. He's a great guy.
Yeah, great. He's awesome. But every once in a while he would. I remember he said, he didn't like when we'd use all the squiggly stuff in place of curse words. And he goes, "Yeah, well, they're saying, shit and fuck." And he goes, "Well, they might be saying hell and damn, because we're allowed to have them say that either." Oh, God.
So the point that I was trying to make is the temptation to go R-rated.
Right.
Strong. And then I go over on Kickstarter and I see all of these just booby comics, and they're making 10 times the money that I'm making, and I'm like, so do you ever have like I know you're a good conservative Christian guy, but do you ever have that temptation of I'm just going to do like not an exploitation, but I'm going to make this R for the sake of R?
No, I've never done that. I've never been tempted to do that. In the Levon Cade series, I deal with some difficult material, but I don't indulge it. It's not exploitative in any way. I get it across without being too graphic. I saw this movie, and it was a Bollywood movie. It was basically their version of Sixth Sense, but instead of a little boy character, it was a prostitute, a street prostitute, who's died, and now her ghost is helping this detective solve her murder. And they got across how grungy and horrible and awful the life of a street prostitute would be in Mumbai without ever showing you anything. And they got it across without being exploited, because they just don't do that in Bollywood movies. I mean, you're not allowed to kiss in Bollywood.
They touch the elbows. That's the code.
Yeah. And they dance and stare into each other's eyes on mountaintops. But they got this across, so you got the full effect without ever showing anything. And if I have to do something like that, that's what I'll do. But I don't have tension to,
right.
Go grungy.
That temptation is there, and I
don't even know if I have that temptation.
Well, then you're a better man than me. But I don't do it. I don't do it. I do. Full disclosure, I have a comic coming out that there will be nudity, but it's part of the story, and it's not titillating. Sometimes it's nudity you don't want to see. I'll just leave it at that. And but I'll make it clear that this is a not safe for kids comic, and it's supposed to be an homage to Love and Rockets meets Crisis on Infinite Earths. How's that for a mashup? I know you like.
Wow.
I know you like mashups, but we got your biggest fan over here, Chuck. Blue Comics says you could go F yourself. River books are effing trash and empty. Maybe Chuck should stop sucking Trump's weenies and learn. But Chuck, you need to learn. You need to learn to write good stories again.
Oh wow, that's.
You know what?
I'm going to change my whole career to write stuff that guy likes.
Right. Nothing like constructive criticism. You know what I mean?
No. I gotta give that guy credit. At least he didn't say, "I used to love your stuff."
Yeah.
I had a guy once tell me that he was the president of an 800-member gay comic book club, and that he was going to urge them all to stop reading my work. And I said, if you were the president of an 800-member gay comic book club, I would know your name. They would be inviting you to DC to tour their offices.
Yeah, that's true. I just like these boycotts. We're going to stop watching the Jimmy Kimmel show. It's like, does anybody watch the Jimmy Kimmel show?
Yeah. I mean, that's not going to. Yeah, now everybody's going to watch it tonight.
Yeah. So. Part of me is cynical that this was all a ploy, that they were never going to cancel it in the first place.
No. What I think it is they got pushback for canceling him. Now they're going to let the affiliates take care of it, because a lot of the affiliates said they're not going to air it. And if they don't air it, that's millions of dollars a week in revenue that ABC loses. And then they'll have a legitimate business reason to cancel him. Because this bullshit that they canceled him because of Trump. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No. The FCC guy didn't have a word to say until Wednesday. And he was already off the air by the end of Tuesday.
That's another show that it must have been propped up by this USAID money, because
I think you can't be wrong, because it's $100 million budget, and most nights they barely get 1 million viewers.
Right, and and this is the guy that used to do the Man Show, girls jumping on trampolines.
Yeah, and do blackface.
And I watched the Man Show. I thought it was funny. I still check out Adam Carolla every once in a while.
Yeah.
The point, I emailed Alan. How arrogant is this? Yes, I am smug. I admit it. I emailed Adam Carolla and I said, "What the F happened to Jimmy? You guys, of course he doesn't respond to me. Why would he?" But
his statement is that when Jimmy's on that show, that's a comedic persona that he's playing, and I'm like, I don't know if I buy that. I like Carolla, but I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I
he's
think
covering for a friend. I get it.
Right, he's covering for which is commendable. Yeah. Stick to your friends. But right. It's because I watched the first couple of episodes of the Jimmy Kimmel show, and he was bombing. Right. If you remember, he was shit-faced drunk, like stumbling, and he was watching to a deep fryer like a Rolex. He was like, it was bombing, and he even said, "I know my show's getting canceled. Who cares at this point?" And then the next season, all of a sudden, it was all left wing. They must have been like, "You're a lost soul. This is your last chance at fame." The guy with the horn shows up. And then he's divorced, and now he's hanging out with Sarah Silverman, who sees Nazis in her soup, and he went full on.
Yeah. It's pander, but that's not how you get an audience. Right. The only one of the bunch that was smart was Jimmy Fallon, and his crew realized the power of the internet early on. And so all the money they make is off of YouTube hits.
Yeah, I don't know. One day I remember I used to be really into the David Letterman show, and this was late night before he took over the earlier stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm watching that, and it's okay. Let's go to a clip to your movie, and then the next thing, okay, let's go to a clip to, and I'm like, I'm watching commercials.
Yeah,
I'm staying up late, and I'm watching and I just never watched the late night show again. And thanks to YouTube, if these guys do something funny, I can watch it the next day for just that funny little segment. But I don't need to watch Tom Hanks tell me about Castaway. Yeah,
well, I mean, and that's the thing. This model, because of the internet, this model is over with. Because, I mean, once upon a time, if you wanted to see Frank Sinatra, he'd show up once a year on Johnny Carson. Today, you would be able to see Frank Sinatra making hamburgers, and Frank Sinatra at the laundry, Frank Sinatra doing this. You'd have all the Frank Sinatra you want, because he'd have his own podcast, his own YouTube channel. So, having Brad Pitt show up to talk to Jimmy Fallon is not that big a thrill.
Right. And, now I hate actors because I know too much about them.
Yeah.
If you ask me what actors do you hate, it would be easier for me to list the 6 or 7 actors that I actually like.
It's like that line from The Producers. He says, actors, they're human too. Did you ever eat with one?
Yeah. If I'd be worried if I saw Frank Sinatra now. My sister gave me a box set of the Dean Martin roasts, the celebrity roasts, and me and my wife we watched them all, and it was fun because she never watched that stuff. But my parents were older than her parents, so I grew up watching all of that stuff. I love the Rat Pack. I love those movies. And now in my old age, it's like comfort food, going back to that era of the panel walls, the big collars, cigarette smoke. As much as I hate cigarettes, it's like my childhood. But oh my God, my wife her jaw would drop at some of these jokes. Like some actor that I never heard of would come out and he would be like, Nipsey Russell's here, and when he's done with the roast, he's going to clean up the dishes.
Yeah.
What did he say? Straight from his parole officer, Fred Sanford is here.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God! And then the Hispanic woman, he's like, okay, room number 6 needs a cleaning. As she's coming up to, oh my God, and they're all laughing. And then Don Rickles comes out and just
kills everybody.
Oh yeah, Don Rickles, the man on the roast. You can't top Don Rickles. My favorite joke on all of the roast is Angie Dickinson, policewoman, who I never thought was attractive when I was a kid. And now I'm like, oh my God, your tastes do change as you grow older. Oh my God, Angie Dickinson, something about her. But so her co-host, she had that show Policewoman, and it was her. And it just shows you, she's like the sun. Nobody remembers the other planets, but she had a co-host who was driving around in the car with her, some male. Right. And he gets up and he gives us, it's like, people always ask me, what is it like to be working 12 hours a day in a car next to Angie Dickinson? And I'll tell you this, it's hard. It's really, really hard. My wife's jaw hit the ground. Oh my God, this was on network TV.
Yeah, that's what they do. Air Force jokes.
They're all drinking. It was so,
Well, if you ever get a chance, D. Martin made 2 live Las Vegas albums. If you ever get a chance to hear them, they're hysterical.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because he didn't do a lot of singing. And then he would do a lot of parody songs, and he did a whole bunch of monologues.
Yeah.
And, funny stuff.
He was a big comic book fan.
Yeah. Western fan. He loved Westerns.
Yeah, big. Yeah, it's funny because whenever you say he's a big comic book fan, you forget this was the 50s. He was probably reading Dell Westerns or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I got to thank you. You talked about how you said that the DC Westerns in the late 60s, 70s are some of the best comics ever.
Yeah.
I said, well, if Chuck says it, so they're remarkably cheap. And when you go to a back issue store, you could find them, and I never find them in order, but they are so good.
Yeah, they are.
DC was like a schizophrenic company. They're putting out these. When I say adult, I'm not talking titillation and boobies stuff, but well-written characters with like a beginning, a middle, end. They were mostly one shots.
Yeah.
And then you go over to Batman and he's flying to Jupiter because somebody stole his utility. Like, I hated DC as a kid because it was too goofy.
Yeah.
Oh man, those Jonah Hex. I don't think that guy's been in a bad comic.
No, it's great stuff. It's great stuff. I mean, and those things sold really well for them.
Yeah.
And Sergeant Rock and Jonah Hex are the two biggest characters.
And what happened? Why all of a sudden? Like, can you imagine if you turned on the TV and it was only, I don't know, lawyers? I mean, at one point it was just, but the TV is the lawyers, John. Novels is for military fiction, and comic books is super. Like, how come comics is nowadays? People tell me superhero comics are dead. Like I've had people on my channel like, "God, check out your comic, but I just don't like superheroes. Could you do a Western?"
Yeah,
like, Chuck Dixon would like that.
Well, I saw it happen, and as a comic reader, you started to see fans take over as being editors, and the fans, they only like superheroes, so they began to give the Western and war comics and romance comics and all the rest of it, just began to give them short shrift. And for me, the war comics fell apart when they started hiring more artists from the Philippines. Now, nothing against the artists from the Philippines. Their art was gorgeous, but they did not understand how to do a war comic, and it showed. And the art was kind of listless and dull, well drawn, but dull. They didn't have the dynamism of, John Severin or Joe Kubert or Russ Heath or those guys. The Westerns fared better because the Filipino artists, they understood Westerns and barbarians. So they were fine on titles like that. But the war comics, they killed it.
See, I'm surprised you said that, because I thought your answer was going to be like, after Vietnam, people didn't want to hear about war.
I mean, Vietnam was going on and the war comics are still big. I mean, you can use that as an excuse, but for me as a comic reader at the time, I stopped buying the titles because they're not, this isn't Sergeant Rock. I don't know who this guy is, but he doesn't look like Sergeant Rock. He's not acting like Sergeant Rock. And they were using them on the war titles because they were really cheap. Filipino artists were working for very little money. And so they thought, well, let's give them these comics because we don't care about these comics, and then we'll hire, Americans to do the superhero comics.
Two things. First off, you ruined Captain Savage and the Leatherneck Raiders and Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos for me. I've been buying those. I got the full run of Savage, of Captain Savage and the Leather. It was like 19 issues, and they were just happy to get them out of their store. They gave them and I'm reading it and I'm loving them. And then I'm listening to Ask Chuck Dixon, and he's like, the Marvel War comics, these guys, they just got into fist fights, and it wasn't. And now I'm noticing that Captain Savage is just punching Japanese. Like, oh man. But you're right. The Marvel War comics didn't have that oomph.
Yeah, and over here at DC, we're dealing with the horrors of war. Losing your best buddy or whatever. I always remember that story where they send Jackie Johnson, the black character, on leave, and he ends up in this Bavarian village where all the Germans are looking at, black guy, an American and a black guy. It's like, Marvel didn't deal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I now there was one particular issue of Captain Savage and the Leatherneck Raiders that I thought was brilliant, and it was they run into Hans Brucker, the guy who founded Hydra.
Yeah,
it was on that issue was
that's cool.
But the rest of it is just like, we're gonna go into this space and we're gonna sneak up and we're gonna fist fight the Japs. And I'm like, I don't know, but like my father was in Korea. I don't think he was the only fist fight he got in was his crewmates, over poker.
It was definitely a difference in tone from Marvel and DC.
Yeah. But I'm like, you must have read the I think it was Marvel Spectacular #1. It was the or DC whatever but the ending of Jonah Hex.
Oh yeah, Russ Heath artwork. Yeah.
God, that
is such a cool story.
It's like $2 for anybody to get this. What's his name? Michael Fleischer, artist. Oh my God.
It was like a $1 giant or something like that.
Yeah, it was an 80-page comic, and it's dirt cheap. It's less than $10, and it's one of the best $10 on comics I've ever spent. And
the Heath artwork's terrific, and the story is like, what the hell?
Right? How did that get? Not when I say how did it get past the censors, I'm not talking about it's exploitive or boobies or anything like that. It's just so bizarre and such a downer. But
I think Joe Orlando was editing them at the time, and he was like, "Yeah, let's go for the." I mean, people forget about Joe Orlando, but Joe Orlando was basically responsible for Watchmen, and what's the Joker thing? The famous Joker Batman story. Who?
The Killing Joke.
Yeah. I mean, I was visiting DC in those days, and Orlando was all like, "Yeah, let's rip it up. Let's just get crazy." And he was responsible for those kind of stories, because it shocked the hell out of me when I read it. I was like, "What?"
Yeah, I don't want to. I spoiled it up, but first off, he's an old man, and he's not as quick as he used to be.
Right.
And man, did Jonah Hex love the women?
Yeah.
The women like an ugly, scarred owl.
He was troubled, so that's always attractive to a certain kind of woman.
And he had beautiful taste in hot chicks.
Yeah.
Asian women, Indian women, white women. Jonah Hex didn't discriminate. He was the UN.
No, he really didn't care.
Yeah, and he had what happens to his wife, and then and it's told. A guy from New York comes and wants to write a story about Jonah Hex. I'm not going to spoil it. And Jonah Hex is like, get the hell out of here. And he ends up taking a liking to the guy. And something, because earlier Jonah Hex would have punched the guy out and told him to leave him alone.
Right.
And it has the most, what is the correct word here, but unexpected, sad, melancholy, I don't know what ending of to the point when they brought him back with that Keith Giffen Hex series.
Yeah.
No, I was against it just because it ruined. Marvel Comics do that. They have a great ending and then they ruin it.
Yeah, the ending for Hex was final. It was great. You just leave the guy alone.
Yeah, it was like I have no problems talking about his past. Like spoiler alert, Hellboy is dead in the comics, but they talk about his past. That's fine. Right. They didn't undo his ending. Barry Allen the Flash had the greatest death in all of superhero comic books, and bringing him back, as much as I like Barry Allen,
right?
I was shocked when they killed him, but it was so, like, to me that was kid Shakespeare. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that was, and it satisfied all my ADHD, OCD, whatever you want to call these problems that I have. He turned into the very lightning bolt that went back in time and gave him the powers. It closed the loop. It was time travel done right. And now he's back. And comic books need to learn a little bit from manga and have a little bit of finality. Like I didn't like when they killed Hal Jordan, but stick to the bit. Yeah,
well, I killed Oliver Queen, and then they brought him back. When my run was done. So
right.
It's like, now if they're dead, they should stay dead.
Now, like I said, blink whenever just tell me whenever you got to go, because now you got me on another topic. Have you ever clashed with an editor so much that you're like, I'm not writing that, get somebody else?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And anything you can or willing to talk about?
Yeah, I went up for 2 meetings. I went up to DC for 2 meetings, and in the morning, the meeting was we were going to do a Green Lantern, Green Arrow crossover. We did this like once a year, where we would have like a 3 or 4 issue story that would go from one title to the other. And the editor on Green Lantern, his idea was that Connor Hawke should wonder if he's gay or not, and kiss.
In that editor's defense, shouldn't every comic book comic wonder if they're gay or not?
So Connor Hawke's, he was going to kiss Kyle Rayner to see if he liked it, and they were going to do a cover of the 2 of them kissing. And I said, there's no effing way in the world I'm writing that. And they're like, whoa. It's like, you don't understand the Connor Hawke character. He's never with a woman. I said he was raised in a monastery. He had a dad who was a notorious womanizer, and he doesn't want to be like his dad. I said there's all these reasons why he hasn't been with a woman yet.
Plus, he's awkward. Yeah, he doesn't know how to deal.
Awkward. Yeah, he's never been around women. I said, so, but that doesn't mean he's gay. I said, secondly, if he was, why would Kyle Rayner let him kiss him? Because Kyle's not gay.
Right. He's another kind of ladies' man. He's another one that's been attached to some of the sexiest comic book characters, Right.
And if you're gay, how will kissing another man either confirm or deny it? I mean, it's like you either know you are or you aren't. I'm not doing it. And we were there for 2 freaking hours while this editor tried to convince me. And Ron Mars was the Green Lantern writer. He just sort of sat on the windowsill and was watching traffic on 7th Avenue. And the other editor just sat there
wishing he could be anywhere else but that room.
Wishing he could be anywhere else. And then finally I just said, look, we're I got a lunch meeting, and I think it's pretty obvious now there is no freaking way in the world you were ever going to convince me this is a good idea.
Well, there you go. You should have said, like Pete Rock's got a suggestion. Instead of kissing Kyle Rayner, just put on a Coldplay album.
But then in the afternoon, I had this great meeting. We were doing a Robin Superboy crossover, and Carl Kiesel was the writer, and we plotted it in 45 minutes, and we were done.
Carl Kiesel, my third favorite inker, and I also forget he's a writer too.
Very good comic book writer. Yeah, very good comic book writer.
Somebody asked a few times, but we were talking about something else, so I didn't get to the question. But since you brought up gay, did you have any problems writing the Midnighter in Apollo?
No, because they were established as gay. So I didn't have a problem. I had 2 lesbian characters in Batman and the Outsiders. No problem. They were established as lesbian from the beginning.
Right.
You're not changing the character, and they're not my characters. They're created to be whatever they were. I'm going to write them the way they were. And hopefully, I had a lot of fun, playing around with that.
Right. Like it's funny how they created Batman, Midnighter and Apollo to be, wouldn't it be funny if Batman and Superman are gay? And now it's almost unnecessary to the point like they made Apollo and Midnighter unnecessary because they're kind of doing it in regular comics. But I knew what you were going to say, that these characters were created this way. Right. And had you wrote Apollo and Midnighter as let's go out and pick up chicks and stuff, that would have been just as bad as everything else that I say.
Well,
you putting your stamp on somebody else's creation.
Well, and at the time, people were like, "Well, Chuck's just trying to make up to the gay community for things he said." It's like I don't have any apologies to make. I'm not making up anything. This is an assignment. 2 gay characters are in the cast, so I'm going to write them the way they're supposed to be written.
What do you need to make up for? What did you say?
There was when I was at CrossGen. When CrossGen ended and we were freed from our contracts, they contacted me about doing a Richard Dragon series with Scott McDaniel. And I said, yeah, I'll do that. And they said, and this was like the group editor. And he says, well, you got to call and apologize to this other editor. I said, apologize for what? And he says, well, he's gay and he thinks you need to apologize to him because of things you've said. And I said, oh, okay. So I called the editor and I said, they want me to apologize to you. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, well, I'm not apologizing for anything I said. I'll say those things again. I stand by what I said and I'm not going to apologize. And you knew I wasn't going to apologize. So can I work on this book or not? And you go, oh, okay, you can work on the book.
Good. I was getting nervous. I was like, please don't tell me you bent it, because bending the knee is the worst thing you could do.
No, because then you've shown them your throat. Then you're finished. I mean, anybody who's been canceled got canceled because they tried to apologize.
Yeah.
If they try to cancel you and you go, F you, I'm just going to keep on going, I'm going to ignore you, then you're not canceled.
Yeah.
I mean, years later, a top writer told me that I should go to DC and Marvel and apologize to them so I can start working for them again.
Yeah, Chuck, you should grovel. Have you thought about groveling?
Yeah. I said, first of all, I'm not going to give them that power over me.
Right.
I mean, that's not happening. I also had a guy say, if at DC, we have karaoke night with the editors. If you come up to karaoke night, I said, I'll come up and make a fool of myself for the editors. I said, no. I said, hire me for my writing skills. if that's not the case, then I'm just going to go home. I'll find something else.
I'm not joining a friend group.
Right. But I knew what karaoke night meant. It was, you get up there and make a fool of yourself.
Karaoke night ends with you in a furry costume.
Yeah.
What did I drink last night? I'm dressed like Snoopy and I got a hit.
And I'm handcuffed to a chaise lounge. What's going on?
Last year, I don't know if I ever told this story, but last year at Comic-Con, I met a couple of guys and we all went to bars. And I had great conversations with one of the Cuberts, and I'm embarrassed that I don't remember which one it was. There's like a whole clan of them.
Yeah.
I had a great conversation with Mark Brooks. We talked about Comicsgate and conservatives. We talked about you, and he's not the monster that he pretends to be on Twitter. And I even said that. I go, you come across as a raving lunatic. I said, and here we are right here, two people with vastly different, and we're having a conversation. We shook hands, who knows what he thought 10 minutes later. And I'm right here with CB Cebulski standing next to me. And oh my God, I wanted to do the Woody Allen Annie Hall thing. You know nothing about comic books. Stan Lee would have a few, just pull Stan Lee out of the air. You know nothing about comic books. You know nothing about, but I'm still mad that I didn't say anything, but I ended up talking to some guy who's trying to break into comic books. And I was talking, I'm an electrician and stuff. And then I said, yeah, I am making a comic book. And he was like, and he's like, yeah, I'm a married gay man. And, I don't like the way everything. And we talked about 40 minutes, and we're talking about, comics and everything, having a great conversation. And I could see he's drinking hard liquor. I'm drinking a beer. So he's getting drunk pretty quick. So he has this whole conversation about I'm married and I don't like the way gays are treated. And then he says, you want to go in the bathroom and make out? And I was like, didn't we just talk about how gays are portrayed as, and I said, I would hate that very much. And then he just looked at me. I'm like, so what is this? Is this how you think you seduce and streak? Like, he just was like, oh God, I just wasted an hour. I was like, I'm getting the hell out of here. This is Marvel, ladies and gentlemen. This is Marvel.
Wow. Wow. Well, I mean, DC, I had an editor try to feel me out about how I felt about kiddie porn.
Oh my God.
And I was like, wait a minute. What? I was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, nah, no. That's, get away from me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Frederick Wortham was right.
Yeah. and the older I get, the more I realize Joe McCarthy did nothing wrong.
No, he didn't. He just did it the wrong way. He was,
I put on Twitter yesterday, I said, I wish the right was as radical as the left thinks we are.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see that, but yeah. I mean, I just like the way that we're starting to get back to the rule of law now.
Right.
And getting to the bottom of some of this stuff.
Do you think comics are course correcting?
No, the big two aren't going to course correct. The future of comics is in independent, truly independent outfits like Ripperverse and others. If they can move to retail, it's over for Marvel and DC. Well, it's already over for Marvel and DC, but it'll be a new comic book age. If Rippa, Compass Comics, Brian Pulido, guys like that, can move to retail, it'll be a whole new day.
Right. Are you familiar with Ben Dunn at Antarctic Press?
Oh yeah, I love Ben. I've known Ben Dunn since I got into comics.
Yeah,
so
I've
done some stuff for him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you worked for him.
I did a treatment for a Netflix thing for him. So,
but he made a couple of videos a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you saw them. Basically, what is the future of Comicsgate? And he was talking about how Rippa has a plan and they're moving forward and their sales are going up and they're hiring people. Now he's got Rippa Send. He goes, but what is the game plan for Comicsgate? And he goes, and I don't think he's a malicious person. I don't think he, and he goes, I don't see there being a Comicsgate in 5 years.
Yeah.
And to my question is, what does it even stand for anymore?
Well, every time I was ever on one of these podcasts, there were like 6 guests and it was all crowdfunding people, Comicsgate people, I would always bring this up. What's next? What do you do next? Can't keep doing this. This isn't sustainable. You've created all this independent, well, some of you have created a lot of intellectual property. Where do you go with it? You got to get into the retail space.
Yeah.
But it was a very unpopular subject.
Right. Yeah, and you being you couldn't get attacked, but me being nobody, I could get attacked.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Right.
so what are we doing? You're gonna do a show with 6 guys draw Spider-Man again?
Right.
Why aren't you drawing Isom? Why aren't you drawing Horseman or Tin Soldier or Patriarch or
well, that's the saddest thing for me is when I see all these guys who used to work at Marvel and DC, and they keep putting things on social media that they've drawn, and it's all the Marvel and DC characters they drew before, and it's like, I can't look at these anymore. I blocked some guys. They're friends of mine. I'm blocked them because it just makes me sad that you can't. They don't want you. You're never going to go back there.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love it. I would write a Thor story for you in a heartbeat and enjoy every second of it. It's never going to happen. I mean, I know guys who sit and they wait for DC to call, or wait for Marvel to call, or they pitch over and over and over again, always get turned down. It's like they don't want you. That day is over.
All right, well, Marvel said that they're trying to get it down to $200 a page for their comics.
For everything?
Yeah, for everything.
Holy crap!
I'll say this: I sold 500 copies of my first comic. I sold 300 copies of my second comic, and I spend more than $200 a page.
Well, you know how they're going to do that, don't you?
Yeah, they're going to go AI now.
Yeah. I mean, $200 a page, you're getting to the point where, you're not going to be able to get people from Mexico or wherever to work for you anymore.
Yeah. So I wasn't avoiding this topic. I just didn't think of it. But like, I had words with somebody who said, "Oh, I wrote a I don't know 50,000 page novel last night in 2 hours," and I said, "You used AI." I said, "You didn't write anything," and they said, "No, you don't understand how AI works." I put in the prompts. I said, "No,
no,
you didn't write that book."
I had someone experiment with AI for me because I didn't want to touch it. And I gave him a comic script, unpublished comic script. I said, see what it does to turn this into prose. And it did. It turned it into prose. But it made the kind of changes a Hollywood producer would make, like an especially stupid Hollywood producer would make.
So it put a chick in it, made it lame and gay?
Actually, it took the woman out. I had a scene that would humanize the main character where he fails to pick up a woman in a bar. They took the whole scene out, and it replaced it with this whole computer-driven conspiracy. And it's like, okay, the AI is writing what it knows. It didn't understand the point of this scene, so it's replacing it with something it can understand, a computer-driven conspiracy that had no place in the story up until that point. But the thing is, the scary thing is, I'm reading it, and it's like, yeah, this is readable. I can see this being published as a beach read somewhere, but it ain't me. It doesn't have my voice.
And I see Amazon's flooded with AI.
Oh, yeah, you don't know. It's like 1,000 books a day.
Right. Like
you can just go to AI, write me a history of Genghis Khan. Boom, it's done. And then next morning you're publishing a history of Genghis Khan. It may be all made up horse shit, but it's a history of Genghis Khan.
I watched a video about Roman gladiators, like the gladiatorial combat. Lately I've been having like a crisis of conscience. Like everybody's like, yeah, everybody knows the Aztecs were bad, but like there is arguments that the Romans killed just as many people in the gladiatorial pit as the Aztec sacrifice. So I'm trying to okay, who's the bad guy here, whatever. So I watched a couple of videos, and then I realized I'm watching AI generated videos.
Yep. How much of it is actually accurate?
Right.
I mean, they asked AI to do, at the New York Times, they asked AI to make a list of the most influential books of 2025. And it made a list of 12 books. 6 of them it made up. They weren't actual books.
What? So the editors didn't know it, or
no, they didn't know it. They just published it, and I was like, "These 6 books don't exist. The people that wrote them don't exist."
Right.
But I mean, they are flooding the zone with made up AI books.
I'm not. I fully admit, I'm not the best computer guy. Like I can't even edit my own videos. The video I put up 2 days ago has 11 minutes of no sound. I don't know how to fix that.
I'm the same.
Fast forward 12 minutes then. But somebody was explaining to me, he says AI is going to grow exponentially and it's going to get good. He goes, but his prediction is that it's going to stop because there's going to be a point where it's predictive behavior. Right now, it's stealing from Chuck Dixon, it's stealing from Mike Barron's, it's stealing from Hemingway and blah, blah, blah. But there's going to get a point where it starts stealing from itself.
Yep.
And it's going to be all inbred, like a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone turns into Alice the Goon. You know what I mean? So the word I was going to use, I'm being respectful, I didn't want to use, but it's going to be all inbred.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know. To me, that's actually hopeful because then we won't have Skynet, or maybe we will have Skynet.
Yeah, because the stuff that it writes, it doesn't have heart. It certainly doesn't have any surprises. It doesn't have any innovation. The language is adequate, but not interesting or engaging.
Sure.
I mean, I like good writing. I mean, yeah, if you want to produce, 10,000 James Patterson novels, yeah, you can do that. But if you want to produce actual writing people want to read, and the thing is that best-selling authors are using it. There are a number of them have been caught using AI, and they suffer for a couple of days, and then their sales are right back up again, and the publishers don't stop them. So
why would they if they're selling like a Hallmark movie? Those might as well be AI generated.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, come on.
Script and it's familiar. My wife loves them, and I love that.
You and I could write one right now in about 5 minutes.
Right. There's a board game called Hallmark Board Game, and it's basically that you pull out like titles out and you make a plot for, you know what I mean, and they're indistinguishable. Woman from the city, ex-boyfriend, is a jerk or whatever. Next thing you know, that's look, I got a working plot for. And it's funny, but I could see AI doing that. I could see AI.
Yeah. I mean they already have. I mean, decades ago they had this program to help you write screenplays, and it would read your screenplay and tell you what you needed. And I actually had someone I was working with say, "Well, we created the story, but I ran it through this program, and it says we need this scene here." And I said, "If you don't stop talking about this, we're never going to work together again." Because that's crazy. I mean, you can make the argument 75% of Netflix original content is AI driven because it's all the same story.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, the Netflix story is someone goes back, the same thing as a Hallmark. Someone goes back to their hometown and they have some sort of checkered past there. And then all the mysteries and dark undercurrents of their, past are revealed through the series. And that's like 75% of Netflix original content.
I'll go to Kickstarter right now. And we could find, I'm sure, AI generated booby comics. Yeah. And to me, that kind of works because if you're looking for booby comics, you're not looking for great writing. And and again, I like Hallmark movies for what they are. They're M&Ms.
Yeah, it's like mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yeah, it's not steak. It's the equivalent of literary pixie sticks as opposed to a steak.
Literary pixie sticks. I like that.
Yeah, so that's what and my wife enjoys, and she knows. And is this the movie where the woman gave up being a doctor to marry the guy who happened to be standing next to her with a hammer in his hand, while the old man was Santa Claus all along, and she laughs, and we watch them, and I know too much about Hallmark movies. I know these actors by names. I just did a thread the other day. If Marvel movies were cast using Hallmark actors, but like they're not pretentious. They're not pretending to be the next great novel.
Right.
So I do think like with AI, if do you want to make a sexploitation like a Cinemax movie, as we used to say, a Skinemax movie? AI, I think, is perfectly serviceable for that. Woman meets man, man bangs woman, whatever.
Right.
Sex scene, happily ever after.
Right.
That's fine, but I don't think you're going to get, Hemingway I'm Faulkner and stuff like that. Like great literature still needs to come from a mind.
Yeah, you're not even going to get like standard golden age Hollywood, plotting and dialogue and surprises and things like that. You're not going to get any of that.
Right.
You're not going to get, AI is terrible at deconstructed plot lines. And I make my living with deconstructed plot lines, where everything goes wrong. AI doesn't seem to know how to do that.
Oh, you turned me onto that in your Chuck. You always recommended a good old movie, like watching first off, Stan Lee used to say, watch the silent movies to understand storytelling. He's absolutely right. I forgot to bring that up earlier. But like the quippy dialogue in a lot of these 40s movies, you're not going to get that with AI. You're going to get dialogue. This dialogue services the plot. My response is adequate to what you just said. You know what I mean? But like, you're not going to get like Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall kind of.
No, and you're not going to get dialogue you can relate to, dialogue that is beyond witty. I mean, a lot of it is really sophisticated. And I don't mean sophisticated in a highbrow way. I just mean, this is just great dialogue. This is, funny or moving or whatever. And it's because they would polish those scripts, man. Is there a better way to say this? Is there a better way to say this? Is better. What if he said this? What if he said that? And now you just get, jokey joke, Mr. Bones and Mr. Tambo kind of humor. And so I'm going to say something funny. You're going to say something funny. And they don't relate, and they're not new,
Or in the
middle.
Like
every DreamWorks movie has that, that's going to hurt in the morning. Those kind of lines. Like
that line. Oh my.
These are jokes, but they are not funny. They are placeholder jokes. They're not anything new. And you go back to old movies and you get like my favorite Fred Astaire line. If I forgot a girl like that, I'd remember it. I mean, you're not going to get that.
That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That when I hear that in a movie, I'm like, I'm turning it off, because if that's the quality of writing, I was joking around thinking of maybe like writing a goofy superhero story that only talk in Hollywood cliches.
He's standing right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like my wife and I watched Tropic Thunder the other night. I was like, this is the last good Hollywood comedy.
It's funny. I dragged my wife to.
Oh wow! Did he jump in before me or just after me?
Synchronicity. Things just happen. At Long Box Comics, it's crazy. It's crazy here.
Yeah, because you think about Tropic Thunder, it's like all the characters are unique. Each line they spoke could only be spoken by them. There's nothing interchangeable, nothing cliched, and one surprise after another in that movie. Oh, but that's like the last good comedy. They don't seem to make comedies anymore.
It's funny because that was the last comedy I saw in the movie theaters.
Wow.
Like I'm trying to think. I think it is. I love going to the movies. Like I appreciate that.
I used to. Yeah.
I still do. I like, me and my wife are like, is there anything to see? Like, well, like we watch The Chosen. We can watch it on TV, but we'll go to the movie theaters, get a big popcorn. The place next to me has Bavarian pretzels. I look like a little kid with this freaking Bavarian pretzel. So I'll take the napkins and stuff. If you're gonna look like a little kid, commit to the bit. And then she's like, do you still want to go to dinner? Of course I want to go to dinner. All I ate was one pretzel. Like, it's the same joke every time. I love that. And so like, we'll go to the movies to watch a TV show that we could have just waited 6 more weeks. I love going to the movies. And worth it.
I used to practically live at the movies. I used to work, like in the 70s, I worked a lot of second shift jobs. And I'd get up in the morning and it was a movie theater on the way to work that opened at 11 in the morning. I just go there, watch 3 movies, and then go to work. And I did that like every day.
Yeah. It's Old Dirty Fat, he says, whose name always makes me giggle. Great comedies made by really broken people. And, the Woody Allen used to say, like, write what you know. And I look at these people writing Marvel Comics, Netflix, they're writing what they know, and they don't know blue collar people.
No.
Like, oh, look, sitting around drinking Starbucks.
Yeah.
And I know that's also a stereotype now, but like, geez, if that's what you know, it doesn't relate to me. Like, did you guys like? I grew up with 7 kids. I remember my father was on strike for 3 months, and he had to go like get this second job. And my father hated when I told this story, but I was a kid. I didn't know any better. But my dad, every Thursday we had pizza. It was just he loved, like, he would come home with the paycheck, so we always ran out of money, by Wednesday. So
Sure.
So Thursday was pizza night or something like that, because pizza was cheap back then. Last night, my wife and I got one pizza, 2 toppings, $32. Unbelievable.
Whoa,
I know. It was a good pizza, but geez, $32 for 1 pie, 2 toppings. Pizza ain't the cheap op. But anyway, that's besides the point. So we couldn't do pizza anymore because we were broke. My dad was on strike for months. So we made homemade pizza, and it was Wonder Bread with a slice of American cheese, ketchup, and oregano, and they put it at the bottom of the broiler, and I loved it.
Yeah.
And my father was so I look back at the memories. He would be quiet because we would all talk. We're Italians. We'd be laughing and joking during it. He just sat quietly eating. He was embarrassed, and I brought that up a few times because that never happened. And I didn't get it because I was like 11. This is story when I was like 5. But I remember I'm like pointing at my friend Danny. I'm gonna go home. I'm having homemade pizza. Like, I loved it. I thought it was great, to the point I tell my wife, let's have homemade pizza. Like, it's one of those nostalgic things. And like, now put that into a story. Like I don't see any of these people in Marvel writing any hardships in their life. Like, to them, their hardships, I got microaggressions. Well, yeah, how about father in danger? Like, we came this close to losing the house as a kid, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
I remember Christmas, we like other families gave us leftover toys, you know what I mean? Or extra toys, because they knew my dad was on strike with 7 kids. And I didn't know. I'm homemade pizza.
Yeah, I grew up the same way. I mean, my dad, was a technician at Burroughs Computers, and he did roofing on the weekends.
Oh my God.
And there were times there was no money coming in, and he did whatever he had to, because he had PTSD, what we knew now is PTSD from World War II, and he was out of work for a while with that. He was out of work for a while with an ulcer operation he had at a VA hospital, which was a nightmare. And it was tough. We had tough times.
Right.
We didn't live in that great a house, and that kind of, we had meals much like your homemade pizza.
Oh yeah.
It was cobbled together. But my dad grew up in the Depression. He would make an onion sandwich. That would be his lunch. My
father made onion sandwich. It's funny that you said that.
Yeah.
I remember my father would take a nice cold crisp tomato, John. Like, he was all excited, a crisp cold tomato, and he would slice it, put it on Wonder Bread, thin mayo, and I'm getting hungry thinking about it, and the black pepper.
Yeah, black pepper and salt, and that'd be lunch.
Onion sandwich, man, that brought back memories. Old Dirty Fatty again with a great comment. When your biggest problem is your parents don't understand you, please don't write it. My parents didn't understand me. My parents didn't want to understand me. My parents wanted me to do good in grade, be respectful, and not embarrass them. You know what I mean? My parents they didn't understand that I'm sitting there playing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't understand me, And I don't understand these people who, like, I don't know. Did your dad play with you? Like,
not a whole lot. He was always at work.
Right.
I mean, we'd play catch.
Right, we played catch.
We flew kites. If we went to the shore, we'd fly kites, Jersey Shore. But no, not you didn't get down on the floor and play with me.
No. I remember in the living room playing with my toys when my father was watching James Bond. And it was like, your dad worked overtime. Like, I remember, like, in August, because the summer was always, my father was a telephone guy. The summer was always the busiest. In August, one year I didn't see my father because he would wake up, he would work overtime, he would work Saturdays, and then on Sunday, like, you 7 kids, go outside and play. Your father. Yeah. And now I see these fathers, like, and good for them. They're not doing anything wrong, but like playing easy bake oven with their daughter.
I play with my kids. I think I play with my kids to the point where they wish I'd go away.
I could see.
I got way too into it.
I'm not playing Star Wars with my dad. What is wrong? Get out of here, Dad.
Yeah, I mean, we got into Playmobil castles to the point where I think I went a little crazy. So,
oh yeah, if I became independently wealthy, I would have a room just for Playmobil.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I probably got 20 Rubbermaids full of Playmobil castle parts, and we used to build castles you can't believe. And I'd be telling them, no, concentric defenses. You need an outside curtain wall, and this is where the murder holes will be. That's not big enough for the keep. It has to be larger.
I have
an insulating fire, boys. You got to set the towers out a little bit. And they were like, "Could you just go away and let us play?"
What are you doing with the catapults in front of the cavalry? This isn't Game of Thrones. I have a board game. It's right over there. A big old box. It's called Catapults and Crossbows.
Yeah.
And what it is, it's a tacticals miniatures game. And I know you paint miniatures, so I know you probably know what I'm talking about. But you get catapults and you get these big ballistic crossbow things, and you get knights and a cat, but it's blocks. So you build.
Yeah. I've seen that.
And you put these rubber bands on it, and you got these rubber balls, and there's rules. It's an actual board game, so it's not just free fall, but it turns into free fall chaos because you play with little kids.
Right.
And I'm doing the same thing to my nieces and nephews. Why would you put the man over here? You want because you don't get points for knocking down the castle. You get points for taking out the soldiers.
Right.
I'm like, you don't put the men in front. You got the whole point of the castle. And it's funny. They're just like, Uncle John, I'm just, leave him alone, John, my brother's kid 7. I love all that stuff. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I've been ignoring the chat, but I'm enjoying the conversation. So
well, let's give it 10 more minutes.
You got it. I feel like monopolizing your time. I'm glad you
No, you're not wasting my time. I'm enjoying myself too much. I got a couple things I got to do before the day's over.
Me too. I got stuff I got to do. Yeah. I wish my dad didn't have such huge mitts. I swear a concussion or two grow up. My father's famous line is, first off, we were all sitting around the table for Christmas. I got 7 brothers and sisters. All my brothers and sisters have kids. And at this point, the kids started to have kids. So we could not fit any more people in this big room. And my father just looks up and says, everybody, stop screwing. That's my father's most famous line. The second line from my father is a little beating never hurt no one.
My father's favorite line was, "I don't get mad, I get even." He was a unreformed hillbilly. So
yeah, I'm glad I didn't cross your dad then. That's a scary line.
Nicest guy in the world, but you didn't want to get on his bad side. He would never forget.
Yeah. But I remember going, like my father, he was always fixing stuff around. We're not hiring anybody to do anything. And it's amazing how, like, my father would be like, oh, we need an outlet right here. And then I would go out to my friend's house and I come home and there's a lamp plugged in right there. Like, that was magic. So I got to the point where my 2 older brothers are out. So now I'm my father's helper. I'm 11 years old and, they got jobs or whatever. So it's like, hey, John, go downstairs and get me the Allen keys. I don't know what the hell. I just knew I was getting a beating. And I knew whatever I took, he was hitting me with. So I'm going to take the smallest possible thing. So I didn't realize that an Allen key is a little tiny. So I look, okay, when he hits me with this, it's not going to hurt. So I go up and I hand him the Allen key. Okay, wow, that's an Allen key. So I learned the tools by not getting a beating. Like I remember, John, go downstairs and get me whatever. I forgot what it was. A torque wrench. And just standing in the tool room crying until he came down. This is a torque wrench, hitting me in the forehead.
I remember we lived in a tiny little row home, call them townhouses now, as a row home. And the kitchen's next to the dining room. My dad said, you know what would be great if we could cut a counter between the kitchen and the dining room, put a counter there, and just hand food right over through this, window between the 2 rooms. And my mother was, oh, don't do that. It's so much trouble, blah, 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 blah. Sunday morning, we all wake up to a reciprocating saw. And by the time my mother gets her robe and her slippers on, gets downstairs, he's cut this big, 6-foot hole between the kitchen and dining room. And he's like, too late now.
I already started.
and he did a beautiful job, of course. And then everyone in the neighborhood wanted him to help them do it to their houses too. Yeah. So he was amazing with tools like your dad, just amazing.
I could go on and on and on, but this all started from saying I read these Marvel comics. These people don't understand any of this.
No.
You know what I mean? Their dad hired. Well, first off, they hate their dads.
Right.
They hate their mom. They're wrong. You know, they're and they don't know physical labor. You know, they spit on us. And when I say us, I'm including you because you come from the blue collar family too. You know, I don't know, but I enjoy it. Like I this room, I built this room. It was fun. It was fun to you know, I remember my wife said the happiest day of my life when I was painting my garage. I'll never forget. I had this big boom box on and the Carpenters is playing I'm on top of the world and I'm singing on the top of my lungs. And she said she was just sitting in the next room with the biggest smile on. She goes, John, it was like you were radiating. I'm like, because it's my garage.
Yeah.
Like I always wanted a garage, and now you know my garage. I got shelves. I got, like you said, those tubs full of toys.
Right.
Gemini mailers now. It's all filled with crowdfunding stuff. You know, I got my tools organized. I got batteries for all my. Sometimes, and the ultimate white guy thing. I got a TV in my garage. You know what I mean? I got my beer fridge right here. It's like I built all this. You know, it's. Yeah. With my hands, you know, I had help, you know, because I wasn't spackling. Oh God, no! I'd look at that bad spackling job for 20 years, going, why didn't I spend the $200?
Yeah. Spackle, I hate spackle, but yeah, I mean, current comic book writers, I mean, they get out of school and start writing,
right?
And they've had no. I mean, I'm always glad that I basically came to a full-time writing career after I'd been out in the world and worked some jobs and had some stuff happen to me. Because then I got something to draw on. But it's like, even when they talk about diversity, they don't know anything about the people they're writing about.
Right.
They see them all as stereotypes. They see them all as victims. I had an artist one time tell me he gets a script. He was from Puerto Rico. He gets a script, and the writer said, "Oh, I'm going to set the story in Puerto Rico. So you'll love drawing this." And he goes, "I get the story, and it takes place in a village in Puerto Rico." He's like, "We don't have villages in Puerto Rico. We have cities and developments, and it's not Mexico in the 1800s."
Right. You could have probably set that same story in the Bronx and nothing would have changed.
Well, that's the ultimate. Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's like when I was doing comics for Graham Nolan and I were doing these comics for this Indian company, and I said, well, I'm asking questions, and it was for their audience. I mean, what do they expect from a story? Well, watch some Bollywood movies. So I watched some Bollywood movies, and I'm like, okay, I've learned what the Indian audience is like. It's different from what American audience is like. And so I'm going to incorporate that in the story. There's certain rules they follow fiction-wise and all this other stuff. And so they're like, yeah, this is great. It's really going to fit, and it's like, I'm not like culturally aware. I'm not like, I don't understand everything about India, but I understand what you look for in entertainment. I think I got a grasp. And they said, yeah, this is fine. And then drawing it, Graham throws a sacred cow in on the street. And they hit the ceiling. Like, what is this? It's like the biggest stereotype you can think of for India. It's like, this isn't real. This doesn't actually happen.
Take the cow out and throw garbage everywhere.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's like, no, or show a bunch of people dancing. But so you gotta, like, when you have to do something like that, talk to people that actually are that.
Right.
And a set of stories set in Korea. Talk to some Korean people.
These Marvel writers, like I firmly believe what happened to them is what we were just talking about is going to happen to AI. These people, they don't like us. Like, right. I firmly believe this. Like, I don't think it's a conspiracy. Like, they pretty much made it clear they don't like us.
No, they've been very explicit that they don't.
After what happened to Charlie Kirk, like again, I've been avoiding talking about Charlie Kirk because I don't want people to think I'm exploiting this man's murder. And I'm not saying death; he was murdered.
Right.
I learned that people will cheer because Charlie Kirk and I'm trying to find a difference in my opinions and his opinions. So far, I have not yet found one. And so far, he's eloquently explained a few things that I wasn't eloquent enough to explain. Right. So these people are cheering him. It's no different than cheering my death.
Right.
So, and now what I think is they now write on what they know. And what do they know? They know other people that are exactly the same as him and Josh Whedon movies and the same TV shows, to the point their experiences, they're writing what they know is no different than this inbred AI. They're self-referentiating each other, and and they're not as popular as they think they are. They're not as numerous as they think they are, and like movies are tanking, comic book sales are tanking. Like right now we got over 100 people watching this in the middle of the day. Two gray-haired, bearded, we might as well be wizards right here talking about comic books. They're not watching The View or true democracy and entertainment is happening right now.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is
nobody's pooping in the street, Graham. Redraw
it. It's an egalitarian society here on the internet and the things we can choose. I mean, the massive numbers of people watching YouTube, the YouTube stars who are making a fortune being on YouTube that you and I have never even heard of, because they have their niche audience and it's big enough that they are, a thing.
And I laugh about fighting on the internet because it's just like Comicsgate. The joke that I say about Comicsgate is Comicsgate has less fans than the WNBA, but ironically more dildos. Now, can you imagine if the NBA just started going off on soccer or something like that? It's like, who cares? Who cares? It's there's a guy right now on the internet, I'm sure, diametrically opposed from me. Would it really make my product better to fight with this? And
and the fighting thing, I mean, it's like, I made a couple remarks about Jimmy Kimmel on my Facebook page, and everybody comes to give their opinion, and some people got defriended because they were just being complete jerks. But one guy, he's a very, very talented novelist. I've known him for years. He comes on, he's always diametrically opposed to me, and he's making his position known. Well, people that are think they're on my side start calling him names and everything else. And finally, I had to say, look, he came here, he's making reasoned arguments for his side, and he's defending his corner. And when you challenge him, he has answers for you.
And he's not insulting.
He's not insulting. I said, we need to treasure this guy, because even if he doesn't agree with us, at least he's willing to talk to us and explain himself. And I said, you have, if you even disagree with him, you have to respect him for doing that, because all these other people call us names and then run away. And I was like, call off the dogs, man.
Right. This is what we're supposed to be doing. This
is what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah.
And I also learned when the left says we need to open a dialogue, what they mean is you better shut up and listen.
Right. We need to have a conversation about this. No, yeah. It's like,
you killed the guy who wanted to have the conversation.
Right. Yeah. We're going to, no, you got to do it our way or the no way. And if you disagree with this, you're going to offend somebody.
Hey, Chuck, I got an idea. Let's me and you collaborate on. It'll be called Sticks and Stones, and it's two guys, superheroes, but their words are violence. They go around and misgender people, and liberals' heads explode.
That's such a Ditko idea. I can see it now. The words come out of the guy's mouth, and the other guy's head exploding, literally.
Yeah. Like he'll ma'am. Like he'll say that to a transgender. The end of the word balloon is a fist. Did you read Ditko's Killjoy character?
I've read some of that.
It's in Mr. A.
Yeah.
Is eerily prophetic to the point almost scary how prophetic he is. Your words are hurting me. And he's just laughing at all of these people. It's Ditko. Oh man, there's a guy I wish was still around. And I got to do a super chat from my friend down in New Zealand. Congratulations, John, to getting another comics legend on your channel. Thank you, Chuck, for all the decades of great stories. Yeah,
thank you.
And I think that's a good end, and we'll round this out at 4 hours, Chuck. I'm sorry for stealing.
Not a problem, man. This is fun.
I know you could have written 12 scripts in that 4 hours. I know.
Maybe 8.5.
I was telling just yesterday that how you said that you didn't like having exclusive contracts because you'd be done early.
Yeah.
And like, now I got 4 months with nothing to do. We do that girl that we all hated in school that would get your summer project done in a week. Like,
yeah, Christmas holiday, I do the homework the first day. I don't want to have to think about it. Yeah, I had times where, I mean, I had a really good exclusive contract at DC, and I blew through it in 4 months. And they were like, "Well, we don't have any more for you." And I said, "Well, you better find something. I can't just sit here."
Now, is that because you're really quick, or is that because they just expect comic book writers to be lazy and play video games until 4:00 in the morning? And that's
yeah. They didn't expect you to be on time, and I would be early. I would be like 6 months ahead on my books, because like you got the exclusive. I can't write for anybody else, so I'm just writing for you. So I'm going to get 6-8 months ahead on every book. I had a point where they stopped sending me. They would send you this paper that would show you your schedule for the next couple of months. They just stopped sending it to me because I blew past it every time. And at one point, I wasn't under exclusive, but they asked me to slow down because I was deep into the next year's budget. I was like in August in the next year for payments.
When you have an exclusive contract, do they just give you like a weekly paycheck, or is it still?
No, they'd still pay you by the page, and then they pay you a bonus at the end. And DC used to have continuity contracts where if you wrote 12 issues in a row of a comic, they paid you for a 13th issue that you didn't write.
Oh, wow.
So it was nice. It was nice. And then usually you wrote 13 issues anyway, because I wrote all my own inventory stories. So,
yeah. Did you say that there is a whole bunch of like Chuck Dixon, Jim Aparo inventory stories that have never seen the light of day?
Yeah, they had me write a bunch of Jim Aparo Batman stories after he retired. And then they would just stick them in inventory, and then never published any of them.
I would love. Jim Aparo is my favorite Batman artist. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I was, I was just like a deal Denny made for him when he retired.
Do they like when you write an inventory story and it's an inventory? Is it like I'm going to go wacky, or or do you treat it just like every other story?
Yeah, just make sure it's a standalone with a beginning, middle, and end.
Because that would kill me. Like if oh man, this, because here I am thinking I'm on your level, but like I wrote a story for Ron, and I had an outline for this story, but when I wrote it, it took a life of its own, and it changed it so much for the better, to the point it's my favorite story. The story's curtains. It's my Batman character. You'll see it in a year or two. It's so good. I'm so proud of the story. Now, like, how heartbreaking would it be? You all right, I'm writing an inventory. It's going to go in a drawer. Nobody's going to, and then all of a sudden it takes a life of its own, and it's amazing. Kind of like that Barton Fink story that he was like, and then they just throw it away. Does that kill you? Like,
it hurts. It hurts that they have this stuff and they don't publish it. I mean, why wouldn't you publish it? It's content. And yeah, because I wrote one and it had something to do with like a deprivation chamber or something like that. I was really happy with it. And I just thought they would eventually just throw it into the mix, when an issue was later, because that was the point of inventory stories.
Right.
But some of it's heartbreaking. I mean, I did a whole Punisher in the Savage Land graphic novel. It never was published. I mean, it's completely done. And never saw the light of day.
Well, in their defense, Tyrannosaurus Rexes don't really mug people.
Well, it's all his artwork by Gary Kwapis.
Oh my God, that sounds.
Oh man, the dinosaurs are amazing.
You just made me think of like Marvel. If you're watching this, if on the odd chance that Tom Brevoort, look, that's Chuck Dixon or somebody, Marvel, you want to make money again? You get that guy from Reacher to play Kazar. You get Sydney Sweeney to play Shanna. Put her in a leopard skin bikini. Throw him in the Savage Land. So you got Sydney Sweeney in a bikini. You got him, dinosaurs, and you could even have Dr. Doom in it because it's the Savage Land.
Why not?
$1 billion. $1 billion, Marvel.
Yep.
I don't know what's wrong.
Never do it.
Yeah,
never do it.
I'll never do it. No, because she's because she's good looking and blonde. Therefore she's a Nazi.
Yeah. It just follows.
Which means if you're on the right side of history, you're ugly. And that is a good line to end on. All right.
There you go.
Well, and Chuck, man, you were my favorite guest. It's so much fun. I'm sorry if I asked some uncomfortable questions or anything, but just I had to know what you thought.
No, absolutely. No, this is fun. I liked it. We will do this again. It's been too long since we've done one of these. We'll do it again.
Well, I'm always afraid of being a pest. I don't want to be like that chihuahua. Come on,
I can always say no, or hey, maybe in a month or so, or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, I pestered Walt Simonson for over a year.
And he likes to talk.
Tell me about it. I finally talked, and I talked for over 30 seconds. He fell asleep.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he was pretending to fall asleep, but I was just like, and it's funny because he started nodding off, and I went, "Oh my God, I killed Walt Simonson." But he is great. But anyway, I'll start a whole other conversation. Thanks a lot, Chuck. Anything you want? Any links you want to share? Anything you want to direct us to before you go?
Not at the moment. Just go on Amazon, put my name in. Yep. treat yourself to a little something.
And you have a Substack? You have a
I don't do any of that.
Oh, you don't do a Substack?
I got chuckdixon.net. I'm building a new, or somebody's building a new website for me, but it's not ready yet. But you can go to chuckdixon.net. There's a bunch of stuff there.
There you go. And Zalen's out for Ripperverse, and
Horseman 2 just finished up. That'll be fulfilling soon.
There you go. And both of them people could still get, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want.
Oh, yeah. You can get them. You can still buy them.
Thanks a lot, everybody. And my comic is still available for those of you who are watching who have no idea who I am. Heroic Tales 2 is available on Fund My Comic. The art, we just finished the art. It's being colored and lettered, and then it's off to the races. We'll be shipping within weeks. So there you go. Thanks a lot, everybody. Chuck, thank you so much. This was a blast. This made my day. Thank you so much.
Thanks, folks.
And you'll get a kick out of this. By ending, you'll know this. From the last episode of Howdy Doody, when Clarabelle actually speaks and terrified a generation of young children. I find it to be so funny. So bye, kids.
Goodbye, kids.
Tell me that's not horrifying.
That is. That's a nightmare.
That's a nightmare. That's why we're tough. We survived Clarabelle speaking.
Jeez.
Bye.
The story I couldn't tell you on the air was.
We're not on the air. We're still on the air. Let me.
Oh, crap.